Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Sit back and relax and join the conversation. We've got Baron, Norman, Tags, Cash Money, 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made from the panel to the chat. Everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting you to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Baron, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and also over on X, where tonight we are going to watch a very good movie, a very funny movie that pokes fun at the times that are even relevant today. And I think that's the best way comedy can do it, is take the issues not only of that day, but they're also relevant to many years because we're humans, we're slow, and we don't change.
Yeah.
And poke fun at it. And why is poking fun at something a big deal? Because it brings it to light. If we could see ourselves and laugh at ourselves because we realize, yeah, well, we are like this, then at least comedy can make us laugh about it for an hour or two. And that's what this movie does. Blazing Saddles does a remarkable job of poking fun at different subjects, different topics, and turning it on its head.
Amen.
But along with Baron Norman Tag, Cash Money 007, I am your host, Mike. And gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Cash, you start off this time.
I'm just trying to stay sane with everything going on. I just I don't want to get too deep into it, but there's just so much stupidity going on right now again that I just really roll my eyes. It makes you want to get out there and go, this is Sparta, but that probably wouldn't be the best idea. So,
all right. How about you, Baron?
Well, I'm doing peachy, man. Doing peachy. We got nice weather going on here, even though they're talking about rain coming in, and of course, my lovely wife and the animals. So I can't ask for more than that. I have half empty bottle of whiskey. That helps get me through.
Yeah, sure. Everybody needs a shot of whiskey every now and then.
Amen.
Heck, even in the Old West, they needed a shot of whiskey every now and then.
The Old West. Funny you should say that.
Yeah, the Old West. And speaking of the Old West, that's exactly where Blazing Saddles takes place. And Baron, what do you have to say about Blazing Saddles?
It was funny then. It's funny now. I don't care what anybody says. It's I still hold. I know people sit back and have this higher than Young Frankenstein. I still keep Young Frankenstein higher, but just by a smidgen. 74 was a good year for Mel. He brought out two really great films, and this is one of them. Uh, you know, using that western, uh, getting Cleavon Little in there. A lot of people don't realize we can talk about as the movie goes along that Richard Pryor contributed a lot to the script as well as he was going to be Sheriff Bart. Um, but Cleavon Little doing a great job. Gene Wilder doing a great job. Uh, this would be their second collaboration together, Mel and him. Young Frankenstein being their third. And yeah, I mean, you really can't go wrong with Mel Brooks' earlier films.
No, you really can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you say that I like Woody Allen's earlier, funnier stuff, and compared to Dead and Loving, low bar, but this is a comedy classic. This is up there with you know all the greats that we've had in the '70s and even into the '80s. This and of course Airplane and Animal House. I mean, yeah, these are just different creatures. It's edgy. We need edgy again,
Hmm.
and it's always fun to watch. This is how you do it, folks. This is how you do it.
And let's also not forget that this movie is directly referenced in Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Hmm. It is.
Yep. When Little John, played by Dave Chappelle, is named sheriff, he looks directly at the camera and says, "It worked for Blazing Saddles."
Hmm. Which is one of the staples of Mel Brooks is breaking the fourth wall.
Hmm.
In fact, I think this might have been the first time he started doing that. I don't think. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. It wasn't done in the 12 Cheers. It wasn't done in the producers. I think this was the first time he started doing that. You can almost sit back and say, you expect it from a Mel
Yeah.
Brooks. Whether it's young Frankenstein, the monster looking at us, breaking the fourth wall as he's being hugged, strangled by Gene Wilder. The various other things in this one, like you said there. It's good to be the king and the history of the world part one. Yeah.
Hmm.
So this is a film that you start seeing some of the things that really shape what he's going to be doing in future films.
Exactly. And speaking of shaping what's done in the future, I do want to say hello to FKHC 2005, also known as Tim. Good to see you, Tim. And Tim has given us a $2 super chat, and he says, "Excuse me while I whip this out."
Oh, what a great line!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's going to
So,
be hard to quote this movie over the air, but that's one of the lines you can do.
yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this for you, Tim. Thanks to your support, you keep the warp core online. We avoid a warp core breach.
Yeah, we have to use that
I'd
flex
buy that
seal
for a
tape
dollar.
to patch the holes in it. So we thank you for that.
And Spock came by and he says,
Oh,
"Mike, apologies for being inactive as of late on the YouTubes. Been working on more music lately, but I will return." Well, he's working on his craft, ladies and gentlemen. He's working very hard on his craft, and I appreciate him and anybody who stops by the channel, even if it's just for a little while, just to say hi and leave a thumbs up. And Spock has also helped keep the Warp Core online by donating $1.99 super chat. So, Spock, thank you for keeping that Warp Core online full of dilithium, because a ship can't run without plenty of dilithium. So this one's for you, brother.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for a dollar.
And we also have the Padawannabe, who's making his rounds to YouTube, Rumble, and X, leaving the likes.
wow, look at that.
Hmm.
He's a busy, busy little green goblin.
Yes, and he says a half empty bottle is not bad, but a half full bottle, now we're talking, pal. And he also sends me a message saying he's got the watch hours going. I appreciate that, Padawannabe. Appreciate anyone who's tried to help the channel reach 4,000 watch hours to try to be eligible for ad revenue on the YouTube side. So thank you very much, Padawannabe, for your hard work. And also, as you are a channel member, I just want to send a message out to all channel members that this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern will be our June membership stream for everybody to join. So bring the topics and we can discuss whatever is on your mind. Within reason, of course.
I mean, I can't talk about the lizard people running this world.
No, Baron, you cannot.
Oh, dang it!
But tonight we are going to be watching a fantastic movie. I know there are some people that get up in arms about this movie saying it's this, that, and the other. And it makes you wonder, have you ever sat down and actually watched Blazing Saddles? Or are you just going off what somebody told you?
I think a lot of it's the latter.
Yeah.
Don't watch it. It's horrible. It's horrible. They're so mean
Well,
and they don't like they don't like people.
if it was so horrible, then why is it that when this movie came out in February of 1974, that it was a hit with everybody who went and saw it,
A huge hit.
no matter what creed they were?
Mm-hmm. Ethnicity, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, just like this and just like Young Frankenstein. I mean, that year, like I said, it was a big year for him. And,
Hmm.
obviously, them seeing this film made them go want to see Young Frankenstein. So, again, this film helps solidify Mel Brooks as a comedic genius.
Hmm.
And yeah, he had help. He couldn't say who the help was at that time, but we can talk more about that as the film going.
Yeah, and I know there's going to be somebody or somebody that says, but it uses offensive language.
Yeah.
It uses the language of the time, but it also uses it in a way where you can poke fun at it and go, "Oh yeah,
Oh no, I'm so offended.
You're always offended, Cash.
you know what you're doing, Mel Brooks," and we will name who else helped him out right in this movie. And it's a very prominent name, someone who had the chops when it came to telling jokes. And if somebody got offended by them, well, he wasn't too concerned about it.
No.
But for those of you who are over on YouTube and Rumble, if you go to the pinned link at the very top of the chat on both sides, you will be able to join the Cosme. For those of you over on X, it is pinned beneath the comments section over on X, but I will also put it in the chat over on X. And hold on, copied the wrong thing. I copied an article of a topic that Baron Cash and I were talking about
Yeah.
before the stream. The unfortunate incident that happened between YouTubers in Vegas. In case anybody hasn't heard about that, I'll get that article and I'll post it. But it's just an unfortunate situation, and two people
Yeah.
lost
Sure.
their lives over stupid crap.
Yeah. Hey, I'm the only one that
Unnecessary.
dressed up for this tonight. Look at that. I'm all nice dressed up to my Blazing Saddles finest.
So I'm gonna go ahead and also post the link about the incident in case anyone is unaware of it.
Yeah, I was until you told us.
Yeah, I saw the video. It was posted to X.
Mhm.
Saw it this morning, and I'm going, what? Why?
because of stupid ego narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
Really, that's just that's why like I said, you got to have an ego to do this job. You just have to make sure you keep it in
Keep it in
check.
check. Keep yourself in check.
Right.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and start this watch party in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I got the good seat in the theater.
We all had the good seat tonight, Baron.
Oh, damn! I was going to try to hold it over everybody. Yep.
Picture good for everybody?
Yep.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me. Road a blazing saddle. I'll stop there before we get something. The
And you know what? Some people do forget about Slim Pickens, how good he is in this movie.
oh, he was great. He was absolutely fantastic. You know, it's funny. Frankie Lane sang this right.
Hmm.
He thought he was doing it for a serious film.
I I wonder what his reaction was when he found out it was for Mel Brooks comedy.
I I don't know, but again, it really helped. Playing it serious
Yep.
like this, just like Airplane, how they took the situations and played it serious. This helps add to the comedy. Oh,
Hmm. And good to see you, Wolverine. How you doing, brother?
oh, Wolverine sighting.
Wolverine just pawed and gave her life, like Mongo.
Wolverine's just pawned in life, also.
If you have time to watch the movie, brother, you're more than welcome to.
I think that was Alex Karras's first major acting role too.
I think. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. But he stole it. His scenes that he had in there, he stole it.
Hmm.
I mean, this looks like a serious film when you first take a look at it. Already the epithets are being
Hmm.
dropped.
I have it pinned to the top of the chat on YouTube and Roma, but I'll just put a fresh one in the chat. Hello, Lady Miss. How are you doing
Oh, highly missed.
tonight? Watch
Yeah.
their reaction.
80s. Doo-da, doo-da, my mouth's on
I'm sorry. All
hold.
I hear is Foghorn Leghorn. That's all.
Slim Pickens. My
I've always loved that line. Nope, it cannot. Pulling out the cart instead. Jackass.
He requested two. I love that.
The actor who plays Charlie,
Mm-hmm.
real name Charles McGregor, he served 28 years in prison for two murders. Then during the 70s, he became an actor in the ow black exploitation films. Then of course this.
Yeah, because this is considered one of those films.
Yep, Hedley Lamarr. Mhm. Late great Harvey Korman.
Yep. Oh, that is so wrong. Yep. Couldn't even do that nowadays in a movie. People be in an uproar. You idiot.
Jewish.
And the thing is, Mel Brooks is Jewish.
That's it.
But
Jewish
he
comedians are great at
but
making fun of themselves.
I was gonna say he would poke fun at everybody, including himself.
Hmm.
That's the whole point. You're supposed to make fun of everybody and not worry
Mm-hmm.
about if you offend somebody, who cares? Like, this is just supposed to be comedy. Can't take it, don't watch it.
Right. Uh, the horse. The horse also has one around his neck.
Yeah.
Drive nuts.
I mean, I don't know. Horse.
Uh, I mean, the man deserved to probably get hit with a shovel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he deserved it. But did the horse Howard
No,
Johnson's?
not the horse.
No.
Well, maybe he was a cool conspirator. Moo.
Bunch of cowpoke.
Mhm. That's something you don't usually see in a western, and that's what you usually see.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that wasn't planned.
Yep.
Of course. I love all the sight gags, of course.
There we go, breaking the fourth wall.
That's
Yep.
right.
They turned into him. Ah, John Hillerman.
Mhm.
Uh, hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Hey, Jace, how you doing, brother?
Hey, Jace.
Hello, Jace. Mm-hmm.
Cracker.
I'm glad I put the subtitles on.
No, it was good. Yes.
He was good in this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Richard Dix.
Could that be a reference to Richard Nixon?
Yeah, it might be. But here you
Well,
have Dick Dix.
mm-hmm.
It could be multiple. I think there was several shots there.
Oh, goodness.
Ice cream
That's
parlor.
right. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm, of course. Uh,
Well, no avoiding dynamite.
nope.
Gov.
There's Mel Brooks.
Of course.
Mhm.
Look how he's cross-eyed.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Do you blame him?
No, of course not.
Bravo, bravo.
And thank you for that information, Tim.
He's got no pants on, of course. Oh, man.
Yeah, the governor, of course, Hedley Lamarr brought a lawsuit because the actress Hedley Lamarr thought that they were
Making
disturbing her
fun.
privacy.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
making fun and
Uh-huh.
not realizing what this is about. Well, you know what they say, pillows. Those are the best pillows ever.
Uh, all right,
Ah,
Cosme's working pretty well. Good. Do your thing, Cosme. Do your thing.
Well, let me know if it's having any problems. I did change some settings
I
after
don't blame
Saturday's.
you, bro.
After Saturday's, the
I don't
adventure
blame you.
continues.
It's had a pausing, but it's like it's not terrible. So I don't
well,
blame you
it's
for that, Mike.
usual.
Yeah, it's just Cosme. I think it's on their side. I really do.
Play with that.
See, the thing that people don't understand nowadays, a lot of the people that want to do comedy, is you can't just keep beating the same joke over and over and
No,
over again. It has to be
you got to
No.
certain
come up with
timing.
new material.
Mhm. Yep.
Hmm.
And you cannot be worried about offending people when you do a comedy. That's ridiculous. You're just going to
Well,
set yourself up for disappointment if you do.
well,
You don't have to go and be like, "Oh,
the
let's put
sign.
as many racist jokes as we can." It's just the
No,
timing of everything and stuff. But go ahead, Baron.
when you say that, yeah, I have the joke. Well, they had a sign
Mhm. Mhm.
posted that says, "Please do not write a polite script."
Oh, of course.
So they knew exactly what they're doing.
Mhm. Not this guy. Oh, good.
My eye.
Yeah, you might want to spit up the taffy.
I mean, I found it funny. I don't know if you guys saw that article at all, but people got offended because somebody said make FPS games great again or whatever. And then the guy started having to apologize. I was like, what?
Don't
Ridiculous.
apologize.
No, you never apologize to the mob unless you really did something wrong or you feel you really did.
Usually, you haven't done it with the mob
Exactly.
because
Mhm.
they're eternally offended.
Mhm. All right.
Ah!
That's right. Wow.
Nah. Wrong person. No offense. See, it's the timing. It's the timing.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
you have to have the right timing, the right execution of the joke.
Hmm. Old
Hello,
West
Lon
DEI.
Suffering.
Oh, I love.
Hope you're doing well today.
Not. So do I. She's at work now. See, one day. There. There. Da-dum, da-dum.
See, even today, politicians are fools.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, Cleavon Little. He was so good.
He was.
Oh man.
That must have been Clinton's ancestor.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been.
Yeah.
Even Tim's saying it.
Oh, Tim said it too? Count Basie and his orchestra.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Count Basie, who also worked alongside Frank Sinatra.
Yep.
Oh, good. More sight gags. I love it. Gotta have the band.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Seth MacFarlane's a piker when it comes to this. When you have Mill.
Mm-hmm.
High Noon?
Well, I mean, he had he definitely, like Seth and some of these other people, they were going more with some of that old comedy. Here's a
Yeah.
random thing and stuff, and then but you go away from that or you get rid of those writers. It's just never the same. If when the show's great or whatever it is,
I
it
love
should
this.
stay great. Oh no. All right.
Put the drunk up there. Da-da. Welcome, Sheriff. Oh, this is classic.
I love the timing of the bells too. I always
yeah,
have.
it's perfect. Again, it's the timing and everything.
Timing, the execution.
And John Hillerman saying
Yep.
that is absolutely hysterical. The sight gags are just classic.
Mm-hmm.
Pulls it down.
Sipping the cap.
Great.
Classic line.
Yep. Cash uses it all the time.
Yes, I go into bars and do that, Baron. Though it would be funny to do that, man. But I knew that, right? Of course. Son of a. That's right.
You're on your own. I love this.
I don't know if it's in the Canada Magnum PI tip.
Yeah. uh,
So Cash, you've never seen this, right?
I've never seen this whole movie. I've only seen parts of it.
Oh.
It's hard to find some of this stuff on, unfortunately. So
Mhm.
there's a lot of older films I haven't seen. I'm sure you guys have a list too.
That's what made Cleavon Little so great for this role. He was so talented.
He was. I they're so dumb. I hate to say this. Richard Pryor was originally going to play that role. I really think Cleavon Little actually helped make it even better.
Mm-hmm. Although I guess we could mention that Richard Pryor did help write the script.
Yep.
That doesn't surprise me.
And again, okay, I will.
Yeah, and Tim's bringing up that the lady that had the glasses was Dom DeLuise's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Shane.
Hey Shane.
Thanks, sir. Even the Old West had their Karens.
Yep.
Overdue that day. You realize if Richard Pryor would have been in this, it would have been the first pairing up between Wilder and Pryor.
Yep.
Hmm.
Instead of see no evil, hear no evil.
I thought.
I could be wrong on that one.
Are we black? Yeah, that's a great line, Baron. Are we black?
Are we black?
Yes, we are.
Actually, it was Silver Streak, 1976.
Okay, I was wrong.
Well, you're wrong. See, Shane, that's what we need you.
Mm-hmm.
Some call me Jim.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And a lot of times for whiskey, they use tea.
Yeah.
Tea or apple juice, depending on what they needed, whether it was whiskey or bourbon.
Bourbon. Was. Yeah. Ha! This'll be the bill.
All because he was shot in the keister.
Yep. Shot in the keister. By a kid.
It's unfortunate.
Was that kid you?
Maybe.
You wouldn't do something like that. Urbanite like you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Pre-war. The antebellum days.
Mm-hmm.
Do, 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 do.
Of course. Those dang white folks again. uh, Of course.
I didn't know the Sioux were Jewish.
I didn't know that either.
Uh,
Actually, there's a little bit of history that's accurate in that.
Would you mind sharing it?
Well, when the blacks were coming across, and they first encountered the American Indians,
mhm.
they were fascinated by the skin, and they were seeing about how their skin was like buffalo,
Mm.
and that's where you got the black soldiers that were called buffalo soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Was because of that. And only
Makes sense.
knock on barbed wire. Okay, here's your farting scene.
Of course.
Now,
Of
see, this is where it's funny. There's
this
context to it.
we definitely know somebody who would enjoy
Well,
this scene a lot. Yeah, there's context.
yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm.
But they're eating beans. What do you expect?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. When this film came out for TV, uh, they kept all the at first, when it was on regular TV, they kept all the N bombs, but they
Mm-hmm.
took out all the farting.
Hmm.
So if you watched it on like ABC Monday Night Movie or whatever,
Uh-huh.
you would have heard all that.
Yeah, of course not.
There's another thing when it comes up to it. I'll let you know that they took out
Well, I mean, like if
for
they show this on
broadcast.
IFC, like they'll show probably everything because I doubt they would cut it. But then there's all those commercials. It's just it's a
Mhm.
lot.
Yeah, all the
Well,
commercials, so it takes longer
Mhm.
for the movie
It
to
takes
finish.
it takes you out of the
well,
film, unfortunately.
mhm.
So
Oh, Mike Mongo.
Although sometimes I have to do that to you, Baird.
Yeah,
Down, Baird, down.
kind of looks like me.
yeah, here's a donut, Baron. It's gonna be okay.
Excuse me. Oh my gosh, brother.
Hmm?
We got 24 here with us.
Hey,
Oh,
See you,
brother.
brother.
How you
hey!
doing? You come here to blow some shit up, brother? I hope so, man.
What's
Good to
up,
see you,
24?
24. We got to talk, man. We really got to talk,
Yeah.
brother.
24, do you have
Yeah,
time to
24.
join us and watch Blazing Saddles with us?
Yeah, man, we got to talk again soon. 24. Hope you're doing all right, bro. Hope you're doing well.
Real good to see you, brother.
Cleavon doing the ganja. Miss you too, man.
Miss you too. Definitely got to get you back on here, brother.
We got to talk again soon, 24, man. Just keep fighting the good fight, man.
Hey, like Mike said, you want to come in and join us? The water's fine. Just stay away from Cash. It's a little warmer over there. If you
You're more than
No.
welcome to. I can
Stay away
send you
from
the
Baron,
invite.
man. He had so many beans today.
He was tested him.
Mhm. Alligator.
Here.
After a while, crocodile. Good luck. Oh.
I sent you the invite link on X if you have time to join 24.
Oh my gosh.
That's like
Oh,
YouTube.
how true that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does look like you, Baron.
Yeah, if I shave my beard. Hey, there's my Brahma. Poor Mongol. You're one of the greats.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah, I've seen that scene before. It's still funny. Poor horse, man. Didn't see it coming.
Oh, the animal rights activists go nuts. It's like, no, the
Oh,
horse
they
was
would have.
trained.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, they
they
still
would have.
do. They about, but the horse was trained to drop like that, you know.
Yeah.
The guy didn't actually hit him. I know. They just made it look like it. Yeah. Well, the animal activists or PETA or whatever went crazy about how a picture looked in a Assassin's Creed thing. Baron. It was so stupid.
More of a what? I love it. The one guy's still sitting there. West Virginia.
Candy Graham.
This is where they go full Warner Brothers.
Yep.
Of course.
Gentlemen, we've got a guest.
Whoa!
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, brother.
Hey, 24. What's up, brother?
24, man. Time to blow that shit up, bro.
And I'm putting the Cosme link into the private chat on your end if you want to watch Blazing Saddles with us. So how you been, 24?
I wonder if he's having microphone
Yeah, I think
issues
so.
because of
I think so,
Evie
yeah.
Mux.
Yep. Evie Schmuckabucks.
Mm-hmm.
It works pretty well, but
There are times, especially with the mic, it doesn't want to work. I had to adjust it
recently, though. Didn't they update it?
Yeah, they did. They did, but I still had to do adjustments when I came into the studio.
Evie Mux.
Where's my froggy? Jokes that go there. What can we do? What do we do to help 24 with his mic issue?
Can he pop out and come back in, or
Try popping out, coming back in. If that doesn't work, then go to the settings
testing
and go to
his audio
audio
setting? Yeah, test your audio settings and make sure it's on the one you use
on the correct
Realtek
microphone
or
set.
something. Yeah, I had to do that too. It should be set by default, but not always the
Sometimes
case.
it chooses the wrong mic on default. I know mine tries to select the camera mic, and I don't want it to do that.
Mm-mm. Usually has happened to me. Everybody likes him now.
Of course. No.
That was the other thing that he took out when it first came out.
Of course.
The stup, because no, so they'd have Lily Vaughn and they, white up the stup part, and the late great Madeline Kahn.
Of course, it's Madeline Kahn.
Mm-hmm. Hedley.
Mhm.
Don't we all?
Blast tags.
His Bismarck a herring. Stup. She left us too early.
Yes, she did. But that's what some people might forget. Both she and Gene Wilder were in two of Mel Brooks' movies in the same year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll tell you, Bart can come back
I hope he's able to come back too.
because I know there's a lot of stuff you could tell us about this film. He
Mhm.
knows. He knows his stuff, man. Remember, It's her problem, not the guys.
And I am checking X to see if you've sent me a message. I also have Discord.
Text me him. Yeah.
Is it just the audio, or is it giving you other issues? The audio. Okay. Here's what I've had to do sometimes when I've experienced audio issues with EVMux. I've had to delete my browsing history and cache, however you want to say it. And usually that'll fix the problem.
That can fix the problem, or changing the audio, which I had to do.
He was saying that he couldn't hear us, so
Oh, he couldn't. Damn.
yeah, still try to delete your cache and then try to come back in and try to switch it to the correct audio device that you used to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Don't delete cache. He's had a hard day. Oh, you're not talking about Cat. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wrong person, Barry. Nice try, though.
I heard you there for a second, and then I didn't hear you at all.
Yeah, I think I heard it, and that was it. Is kaput. Of course, Mel Brooks provided the singing voice for the one dancer. It wasn't him, but his voice.
All right, brother.
Mm.
I wonder how many times they had to do that particular scene.
I don't know.
A web woes, yes.
Mhm.
Uh,
Comfortable? Bit the baby.
That didn't take her long.
Mm-mm.
Welcome 24. Can you hear us now? $24. Can you hear me?
Shits and pooping.
Say, can y'all hear me?
I
Hey,
can hear
good
you, brother.
Lord! Can you hear us,
There we
brother?
go.
Can you hear
Hello?
us?
Yep.
Hi, can you hear us, man?
Say, can y'all hear me? All right. Yeah.
How
All
you
right.
been?
Hi, can you hear us, man?
Yeah.
How you been?
I'm all right. It's crazy because it's crazy because I could because I could hear y'all. Well, I have to hear y'all through something else. I don't know. This is weird.
Mhm.
That is weird. What do you normally use for your main headphone or sound device?
I got headphones and computer and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Because I know when I'm on streams, I use my headphones, and I usually have to put it to that exact device. Otherwise, I won't hear anything.
Yeah, EV Mux is a little wonky about some things, but hopefully
Yeah,
with the updates they're fixing these problems.
yeah. Hopefully, but
So well, when's the next time you guys gonna be online?
uh,
Mm-hmm.
well, the three of us are probably going to be online Sunday. If you want to join us then,
Mm-hmm.
Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. That would be 12 Central.
Sure. What time?
12 Central for you, 1 p.m. Eastern for me. That'd be 10 a.m. on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's cool. Yeah. Let's let's do it for Sunday.
All right, sounds
All
good,
right,
brother.
dude.
And
I'll
then
make sure to
hopefully in the
send you the invite.
meantime we try to figure out what's going on with the audio and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's cool. I'm setting my calendar now for Sunday. That way we'll get a chance to talk and kick it. I can't wait.
All right,
Yeah, looking forward
it's
to
gonna
it,
be a
buddy.
lot of fun, man.
All right, well shit, man. Thank y'all for the invite, man. Y'all take it easy, man, and sorry about the way this thing is all screwed up, man, cuz
No worries. It's
yeah,
not
I
you.
apologize
It's
about that.
most likely Evie Mux.
Mm.
Yeah, the crazy thing is like I'm talking to y'all through the mic, but it's like I'm listening to y'all through my phone,
Mm-hmm.
on the live stream. So that's
Mhm.
why you were able to hear like an echo, whatever.
I don't
And
hear it now, but
yeah, we got to figure out how to work that. So
Yeah, the other thing I could say to try to do is try to go through the audio settings for your
Yeah, but
headphone and
we'll have it figured out by Sunday. That's for sure.
yeah, yeah.
Cool.
But try to go through the audio settings for your headphone and see which one it might be selecting, and then select the primary one that you use.
Okay, I'll do that.
And hopefully between now and Sunday, everything will be situated on the EV Mux side.
All right, y'all. But I'm gonna go ahead and take off, man. You guys take care, man, and shit, y'all have a good rest of y'all show.
All right, thanks,
You have
buddy.
a good one too, brother. Thank you for stopping by, 24.
Mm-hmm.
Really appreciate it. See you Sunday.
Anytime, man. Y'all take it easy, man, and I'll see y'all here in a couple days.
Yeah. Look forward to it, buddy.
Mhm.
Ha.
Dude, man, damn.
Was EV Mux giving you a hard time, Baron?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's happened a bit. We had some problems with StreamYard too, but not these kind of things.
No.
They all are screwy.
Like StreamYard should add the whole backstage thing where you can talk over the mic and stuff. That's cool. And
Yeah.
when you're not
Mhm.
on stream, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Ashes.
Well, I mean, we could use the free hours that I have on StreamYards
Yeah. As long as,
and just stream to one platform on Sunday.
yeah, I mean, if worst comes to worst, I mean, the free thing isn't bad.
Mm-hmm. Could you repeat that? Slim Pickens was so great.
Yeah, it was.
Hmm.
Wow, $100 per day?
Mm-hmm.
Equal opportunity employer. One dog a minute.
Mhm.
Randall Scott.
Mm-hmm.
$100 a day back then was a fortune.
Yeah, it was.
Mhm.
Heck, even when this movie was made, $100 went a long way.
Yeah. The Wehrmacht. Everything to offend somebody there.
Yep. That's comedy. Poke fun at everybody.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh. Here we go. Yeah.
You can't joke about that.
Yeah. I think
They
this
could
is
in
one of the.
74.
Yeah, I did
Yep.
remember seeing this part before. Uh oh.
God. Have a nice day.
Uh-huh.
That is such a great line.
Yeah. He delivers it so good.
You've seen that Chappelle skit,
Yeah,
Baron, right?
Where do you,
No,
where do you think he
no.
got
yeah.
it from?
Yeah, exactly. But they took it to another level, and that was so funny.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
I don't know if you watch. Did you watch Chappelle Show, Baron?
No,
don't
I
know if
never
you did.
have.
Oh, you. Oh.
See, there's things I haven't seen.
Yeah, we'll have to watch some of that, dude.
But you know that was a Richard Pryor line.
Oh, I'm sure
Mhm.
it was. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, don't you ever do that cliche with me, Cash.
I will.
Same thing will happen.
I
Got my Derringer ready.
I hope so. Now I want to.
Satire. It's satire, YouTube.
That's right.
Yeah. That's how you do it, man.
Yep.
Oh, the absurdity is hysterical.
Hmm. It's fair.
But yeah, no Irish.
They don't want the Irish either.
Nope.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, back then the Irish really weren't looked on too
Mhm.
highly.
No, they weren't. Throughout history in this country, they haven't been looked at too highly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Jerking off. This movie's insane.
Yeah, it is, but it's good.
Well, that was a compliment, man. Johnson stage lines.
We've really forgotten how to laugh at ourselves.
Oh yes.
I laugh at Cash all the time.
I laugh at Baron as well.
Yeah, he does.
And the both of you laugh at me.
Mhm.
Always. Camel.
Bring more old comedy back again. Mm.
Your name. Oh, gee.
Mm. That you do, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mongo's a happy guy.
Mongo only pawn in Game of Life.
The gate.
Not suspicious at all.
Exact changeling. They're so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
bobbleheads. Yes, Jim, do it.
Yeah, yeah, DJ. We've been watching Blazing Saddles, brother.
Nerd.
Oops. Hmm.
All right, brother. I will let you know the movie is almost over. Oh God.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And the big reveal: the Warner Brothers studio lot.
Yep. Dom DeLuise.
Hmm.
Gosh, he was a great entertainer.
Take out your tush. Lips. Give them a push.
Push.
Not in the face. Come on, girls. Ah! That's Cash and I on cranky old fans.
That's right. Of course.
They lose me after the bunker scene.
This part I do remember. Oh, there's
He's up there.
Got to blend in.
No one was safe.
Oh man.
Spilling out into the town.
That's the other thing that drives me crazy about a lot of films. They feel like they need to take themselves so seriously. We need to have
Not a
more
Mel
fun
Brooks film.
films. Nope. We need to have more fun films again.
Drive me off this picture. Blazing Saddles. Here's a
Yeah.
joke that gets recycled later on. You dropped your beads. Hedley. Raisinets are good. I like Raisinets.
I like them.
Yeah, they are. I haven't had it in a long time, but they're good. Yeah.
And whatever.
I also like Whoppers, and I'm talking about the candy.
Yeah, Whoppers are great. Malted malt. Chocolate covered malted malts. Yeah, never mind. Mhm. Hedley.
Cheaper to go to the movies back then.
Mm.
Pop Talk? He won their hearts.
He did. I've been to what was then Man's Chinese Theater myself. And
Mm-hmm.
I think they finally changed the name, if I remember. I have to check.
Well, it's
TCL
Groman's
or
I
something
like
like that.
the name was fine before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was Groman's Chinese Theater. He still has his
Yes.
popcorn
Yeah.
bucket. And then it became Man's Chinese Theater and whatever it is now.
Yeah,
because
something like that.
Man's
Yeah.
Theater was a big theater chain out in California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we saw the Star Wars Special Edition stuff there. Whole group of people.
Fear and he conquered hate. Our night into day. I guess it did have a happy ending.
Yeah.
Off they go.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, Tim. When Hell Freezes over, there's going to be a remake of this movie.
Oh yeah.
They
Oh, no.
they wouldn't touch this movie at all.
No, they can't.
Hollywood.
It's just like Citizen Kane. They just can't. They can't. They could try, and it's like don't give them any ideas, but they can't do it. They just can't capture what a lot of people felt about these films, and even the Naked Gun sequel. At least it's a sequel. I just don't believe that they're going to really capture what these films used to always be about, how they were originally made. How much it's only certain people that really care. Like Peter Jackson cares. There's people out there that actually care, but other people are just so arrogant, like Wada Titties and whatever his name is. And I'm talking about people like taking something that's already been, of course, created. So yeah,
Not respecting it.
exactly.
I will keep this movie in mind, Tim. I already have July already planned out for the movies, but I'll keep it in mind for future months because I'm just gonna let you all know. I already know how I want to do the Back to the Future trilogy. Of course, next month will be Back to the Future Part 1 on July 2nd. And then what I was thinking,
Excuse me. Ugh.
even though it's not October 21st, I believe it was the 22nd, but I'm double checking myself right now. Yeah, it's October 22nd. On Wednesday, October 22nd, we'll be watching Back to the Future Part 2. And then I was thinking in December, we would watch Back to the Future Part 3 on the 17th.
Is Tim suggesting John Wayne's worst movie, the film that killed him?
I mean,
The
did you
Conqueror?
ever? Did I ever see that one? I've seen a bunch of John Wayne films.
John Wayne as Genghis Khan.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I do.
Mhm. And I'm not joking. That movie killed
That's
him
right.
and many people that were part of that because they were filming on top of areas that they used atomic blasts on, and a lot of people got cancer that were
Ugh,
part of that production because of it.
that's
And people
horrible.
suspect that that's where
Yeah.
maybe John Wayne got his cancer from. So
Could be.
He did smoke pretty much all his life.
he did
So.
smoke, but I mean,
Mhm.
when you're making a movie with all that dust on a ground that they use for
Yeah,
nuclear
it's not
drops, I
smart.
think that's a
Yeah,
little worse than a pack of ciggies.
Yeah. Well, it's like even going back into like the hot box and stuff. Like that one movie I watched, what was it, a few years ago? Tobey Maguire was in it. I can't think of it, but some of the stuff that they showed in that movie actually did happen in the 20s because they were experimenting with all this film stuff,
Oh yeah,
and they had people too much in those area, and it got too hot, and they died in there. I don't
yeah.
know how many of them did, but I'm sure a few of them did. Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, that's not good. It's just like you got to make sure you have enough water. You got to make sure, but we also learn things. I mean, as I told you guys before, they had to put in a rule where people there has to be somebody else there because that person actually fell off a building and died because he was so into the shot that he was trying to get with the
Hmm.
Hmm.
camera and whatever. And unfortunately, these things can happen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even people who are playing Pokemon Go, they're like, dude, you're still in a street. People can run you over.
Well, the
So.
biggest yeah. Well, the
Mhm.
biggest thing is if you have a film,
Mhm.
just make sure you don't have Alec Baldwin on there. You're guaranteed
Oh,
at least have some survivors.
yeah.
And I do want to
Yeah.
say hello to Red
Definitely.
Snow, who's over on the Rumble site. Good to see you, brother.
Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Yeah, I mean, heck, even driving today, there was a woman crossing the street, not even paying attention. It's like, lady, you're,
Yeah.
you're just crossing. You're not looking.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
gotta. It's really important you look both ways, and you want to be careful too. And that's why they also tell you when you're driving, it's good to at least, like I said, there needs to be more of these messages again, and we've lost that because a lot of people are taking away a lot of good values that has always been in America, for example. And yes, you don't want to, when there's a green light, you don't need to go right away. It
No.
I
doesn't
don't.
matter if someone's beeping at you or whatever. Those are the people who rush, and those are the people that will probably get into an accident sooner or later
Yeah. You
because
should
they're
look
being
both
impatient.
ways. Yeah, you
Exactly.
should look both because you
Yeah.
have other people who are impatient,
Hmm.
i.e., the red light runners,
Hmm.
Yep.
and there's enough videos out there on the old YouTube
Hmm.
that have these about the Axis dash cams and all that.
Hmm.
Long suffering.
Yeah.
I watch those, and
Yep.
it's like,
Just
mhm.
and if you got too
There,
close to
I,
a pedestrian or something and they want to get mad at you, it's also like, well, should you even be walking in the street here? But they always are supposed to have the right of way. So even when you're
hmm.
driving, like maybe you didn't see a person and you just got to be careful. I remember one time there was a kid and a father coming out in the back of my car, and I'm like, did I accidentally hit them? And it's just what your brain sometimes thinks is like, no, I didn't. But it's been
But he
raining
gunned it.
and yeah, that's right. It's been raining and so on, and even people like here in California, oh, it's raining. Oh, but it's just a little rain, so I can drive like 70, 80 miles on Surface Street. No, idiots. No, that's
It's
stupid.
always been that way in California, but people nowadays they just drive with their heads up their ass. I mean,
They do.
heck,
They do.
going into the grocery store, I usually frequent. I have to wait for it to clear because it, of course, does have the solid green arrow, but sometimes that arrow is flashing yellow, so you do have to use caution. And
I'm sure
there
they do, DJ. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
are vehicles speeding up and down the highway, and I've had people honk at me. It's like, don't you see that there's a person coming? They're coming very fast, and I'm not going to take a chance and
Mhm.
cut them off and then cause an accident.
Yep.
That,
That's
that's not good for the person I cut off. That's not good for me. That's not good for anybody.
that's why things like driverless cars and stuff, they have to keep
Mm.
testing them and testing them and testing them. Though I like obviously driving usually, unless there's a lot of traffic, then it's like ugh.
Yeah,
And but
I'm the same way, Cash. If there's a lot of traffic, if I have somebody in the car with me, I politely tell them I'm trying to concentrate, so please don't say anything.
yep, it's also frustrating sometimes parallel parking. Like if you can avoid that, I recommend it unless you really enjoy that because these people just don't always give you enough room, and even when you're in the car they can box you in, so it's like, do I have to
Hmm.
hit the car in front of me to even get out of here? um,
Yeah.
it's yeah, right. They just don't think about these things, and it should be common courtesy, but humans and common courtesy, but usually depends on the person. But yeah, the driverless cars. But the other thing is that I've noticed also, who thinks that it's a good idea? Who wants to drive around an ugly looking car like a box thing? I remember the Fiats or the other ones. I'm just like, who wants to drive that? Or a car that's just yellow. I don't know. I remember the
Hey,
car
I
my
had a
dog.
yellow car.
I know, but some of
My,
the yellow color just I don't know. It's not the
it
best. I
looked
don't think
great
for a
on my
car.
Mustang. It
Okay,
looked great
all
on
right.
my Mustang.
You'll have to show me pictures if you have any. um,
Got some summers.
the Mustang maybe can pull off the yellow, but it's just like some of these colors.
Dude.
It's the same with you look at the sports arenas or you look at the sports colors. Like those don't really match very well. They just don't. And so
Well, yeah,
yeah.
look at the sports uniforms from the
Mm-hmm.
70s and 80s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. They weren't the best. Some of them
No.
were all right.
The
They
Astros.
could have
The,
been worse.
the
Oh yeah.
Padres and the Astros were the worst
Padres and the
offenders.
Astros were pretty bad, yeah. They could have been worse, and they even look worse now when they get these sponsorships and they got the City Connect uniforms. Like the Padres, they have all these mix of colors. It's just I don't know. It's not the best.
I like when the Dodgers dress up as nuns out there.
They never actually did that, but yeah, they got
I
in a
know they
lot of
did.
trouble for that.
Yeah, I know.
That ticked off a lot of Catholic people. Yeah, they'd be really stupid to even try something like that again. But after, of course, what's going on, Baron, I really feel the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup should not be here. I know it would give money to the state, but the thing is, I don't think they should be here at all. They don't deserve to be here. So,
Mr. California says it as it is.
that's right.
California money. There we go. That's what we're gonna call
California
it.
money, yeah.
Cash. California.
That's right. Yep. But yeah, no, we have to just keep finding ways to obviously be safer about stuff. I haven't heard, and there's still a problem also that sometimes people aren't paying close enough attention and they might, especially on a hot day, they forgot about their kid and stuff. Like hopefully that's not becoming an issue anymore, but there's all these, I remember that was a problem. Yeah.
How can you forget your
I
kid in the
know.
car?
I know, man. I know, but some
mean,
people have because they will say, "Oh, I was thinking about so many things," but it's your kid. I know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
know.
I've never done that. I mean, I thought about doing it, but I never did it.
Yeah,
I know, bad taste. But you know what? We just saw Blazing Saddles tough.
that's right. That's right.
And Lady Miss says she dressed like there's a checkered flag waving in front of her.
I can see that. I can see that.
Get out of my way! The
I
dragons are coming. The dragons are coming.
Come on, we're all guilty of having a lead foot every
Yes,
now and
yes.
then.
Yes, we're all
Now and
guilty
then?
of probably cutting off somebody or even accidentally running a red light at night.
Accidentally?
Yeah.
I don't accidentally. It's with intent. I mean, it's night. There's nobody out there for crying out loud. I can see everyone's around.
Yep.
I'm going through that light because I am me. I'm entitled. Damn it.
I always love though when people that you know and they're driving on the surface streets. They're like, "Yeah, cops don't pull you over." I said, "It just takes one time, man. But sure, whatever you want to do, just takes one time." Just because they're not around here doesn't mean they might not be around another time.
They're always around. You just don't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: a lot of people they're looking for the marked cars. It's the unmarked cars that catch you off guard.
That's what I keep an eye out when you know what type of unmarked cars they have.
Yep,
and I do. It's like that's what I keep my eyes out for.
Well, I mean, that's why even on the freeway, like sometimes obviously traffic is slow because of somebody got in an accident because they're driving too fast and being reckless or being stupid and not being smart.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm
And
not saying their license needs to be taken away. I know, right?
I mean, yeah. If they even have a friggin' license.
Exactly. That can be the case sometimes too.
Or they hand out licenses out to people who shouldn't have them.
Yeah.
I mean, just like they hand out CDLs to people that shouldn't have them.
Yep. I mean, the other day I was driving down a road and I thought this lady was going to cross. No, she was just standing there talking to someone across the street. So, I had stopped and she's like, no, we're just talking. It's like, okay, you look like you were going to cross the street. But
Yeah.
if I hadn't stopped,
Mike was putting on his Boy Scout uniform, was going to jump out there, help her across the street and everything. He goes, no, stay away. Danger, danger.
I know who you are. You're that host of that idiotic show, Pop Talk.
He's a legend in his town, folks. He really is.
No, I'm not.
All 103 people that live in this town know who he is.
No. I try to keep it that way.
They have a tin statue of him out there in the town.
Okay. I don't know what you've been hearing, Baron, but yeah. Maybe it's something in your pipe. I don't know.
Well, I did say tin. I didn't give you too much credit there.
And
yeah, we made all of this out of old Bush Light cans. Look, we even got the look of frustration he has in his face when he has to deal with Cash and Baron.
Woohoo!
See, we even got where the vein comes out.
The vein.
Grand Marshal for your parade.
Well,
what parade? Yeah, Baron, I don't know what you've been hearing, but man, that sounds like a fantasy beyond fantasy.
Mike's sitting there going, God, that would be nice. That would be nice. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, remember, DJ, according to a number of drones... And
I will fix it, Padawan. Don't worry. I set it up in a hurry.
I want it done now.
You all know, because I said it in the beginning of the stream. I said Saturday, so it's not till Saturday.
It's all right.
Settle down, man. Come on, man.
Start singing Saturday in the Park by Chicago, Pata. You'll be fine.
Saturday in the park. It must have been the 4th of July. That's a good song, actually.
Some people just think that song is really goofy and stupid, but I never heard it.
It's a fun song. I like it. But then again, I'm goofy and stupid, so I mean...
Yeah. No.
There! It's changed, Padawan. You can check it now.
Do it now!
It's changed!
Do it now!
Don't do that, Mike. He feels like he has power over you.
That's right, he does. I did it! I made Mike do things! Yay! Dang it, Padawannabe. Padawannabe, I want you to check what some of those chemicals that's in there. I want you to check those chemicals, man.
Chemicals, man. I love chemicals.
I would have seen it after the stream and noticed that it had the wrong date. Don't worry.
The problem
I ain't perfect.
The problem is, DJ Ronnie G, with this stuff is that when these things happen in states or cities, especially in LA, where of course the Olympics is going to be, I'm sure the FIFA World Cup's going to be, I just feel like they don't deserve to have it here. They just don't.
This is actually good practice for FIFA. I mean, they always riot those things. So.
Right. Good point. That's funny.
This is your practice.
They don't deserve
mostly
to have
peaceful celebration.
Yeah, mostly peaceful. I don't know how peaceful it is.
If we are gonna go that direction, let's save it for Rumble.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We don't have to go too far. I'm just saying that with the Olympics, man, any of these big events, they don't deserve it. That's it. Because of the problems, they just don't. That's it.
There's this guy by the name of Cash Money in that town. We don't know if we really want to be there.
Yeah, well, some people have said that they want to raise money so they can get me out of California. Just laugh.
Yeah, I'm part of that.
Yeah, you are. That's true.
But then I'm trying to figure, wait a moment, where will he end up going?
Yeah, but there are some people who are born and raised. It doesn't matter if
No.
it's California or any
Mm.
other state. They're born and raised in that state, and they want to live their whole lives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to fight. I don't. I always laugh when people say, "But
I,
Some people have told me before your politics doesn't match." I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if my politics match this state or not.
I'm trying to figure out why I want to stay in this state. This state tries to kill you. I mean, it gets you up to
Well,
90 and hot and humid in the summertime and
Oh,
I
20 in the winter.
like
yeah.
it's peachy here
Well,
in the
yeah, dude,
summertime.
it's 85 in my room right
Then
now.
then it drops down to minus 20 or so in the wintertime with the wind chill. Yeah.
It's 85.
Well, that's
Man.
what you get for being so close to Canada.
Yeah,
Eh,
that's good
yeah.
point. Good point.
Meanwhile, Cash, it's like, oh my God, it's 65 degrees. I gotta get my
No,
jacket out.
nah,
Me,
It's freezing, man.
nah, man.
no.
It's
Meanwhile, in
85
the
here. I have to
summertime,
usually have
it's
two
85
fans.
in Cash's room. He's cooking an egg
Right.
or something.
Yep, that's right. I'm
It's
boiling.
always hot in this room.
That's why I have two fans in here just in case, because you can't always have the air conditioning on. Just raise up the bill. The bill will go up.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
my dad
yeah,
he hated driving to LA.
yeah.
We're talking the 80s and 90s.
I
He hated driving to LA.
I will give California credit though. They have you don't really see much smog anymore, so they have actually worked on the emissions. So I got to give them credit on
Yeah.
that. But
You send it our way.
Yeah,
They
but
claim it's from Canada.
oh,
I think all this stuff is you
maybe maybe
exporting your
hey,
smog
I
our
had nothing to
direction.
do with it, man.
sure, you
Nothing to
you
do
had
with
nothing to do with it. Yeah,
it. I had nothing to do with it, man. Come on, man.
You did just to bother me. I know.
Oh yeah. I'm by the way, I'm on like chapter 8 or 9, Mike, and I've been pretty amazed by Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's pretty amazing.
Mhm. You know what I'm
what
hearing?
about Rebirth?
I haven't played it yet, so just
Aha.
finished up Remake.
You know what's not doing so hot?
Hmm.
Space Marine, the Master
Hmm.
Edition. It's got
What?
mostly negative.
Oh.
Well, hey, it's a good thing
Well,
I didn't jump and buy it then.
so the deluxe
Well,
is the best
well,
one to get then.
well,
Just go with that.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
you can play it if you still have your Game Pass. Give it a try. But a lot of people are complaining because all
Mm.
they did was, they really didn't do much change of anything other than the look, and they're charging $40, and they think, no, that's way too much.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So that's
that
what.
is too much.
Mhm.
Well, there
If all it is a shiny new paint job, and
Yeah, that's
that's
what people are saying.
why it's like yeah, they're trying to tell you, and I get this whole thing about like at this time if these games were this price and this, but it's like this is why people are also like, look, we don't feel you guys should pay this price, so we're gonna find other ways to get this cheaper. But I mean, it's funny, like they were talking. I saw an article earlier today, and they're still defending Dragon Age Veilguard. And I know Jace had some fun with it. I'm not saying there isn't some fun with these games, but they wanted when the game launched, they charged people $70 on console. When it launched on PC, they charged them 60. That's just, of course, the base game. And the media is still trying to put out the same media, of course, that gave these games like 9. It's like, was the check in the mail there, guys? How big was that check? Do you guys
Oh,
really
not
believe
big
this
enough.
game is 9? But yeah, we're Space Marine. They did a lot of things right, but then the Master Collection, they did the same thing with Atlas. They're like, okay, this is the Ultimate Edition, right? So doesn't that mean everything needs to be included in it? No, you can't get this part of the story. Okay, well then how is it the Ultimate Edition? So what are we doing here? You guys are just gutting
We're
people for money at this point.
we're ultimately screwing you. That's
Right.
what it is.
Right. So you need to wait for that to go down in price. And then it's like, okay, so I'm paying for this Ultimate Edition. It's maybe down 30%, 40, 50, whatever. And so I got that. And then the total will be around, I don't know, 60 or 70. Okay, fine. But when they say Ultimate Edition, that should include everything. I don't. Everything should be in there. I don't think that stuff
it
is
should,
right.
but you know how game companies are
Yeah.
anymore.
Yep. So
Oh yeah, I can't trust them.
I mean, sure, you can be like, oh, I think Mario Kart World is $80 because, back then it would be this price. Okay, fine. I guess maybe I can see that argument, but it's like, do you feel there's always enough content in these games to justify the price? That includes Monster Hunter Wilds and all these other games. I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't think so. But I think if you're going to buy a better version of it, buy the deluxe version, buy the ultimate version.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure that you have everything in there. And if they're not going to do that, then just wait for a sale. You don't have to pay these prices, and you can wait. But there's people, of course, who are gung-ho about getting it right away, which can be okay. It depends. But even I can tell you guys, the Nintendo Switch 2, the battery life is not very good. And so what? We have to wait for another version of it for better battery life when you can buy a Lenovo Legion Go or even a Steam Deck for better battery life. Now, of course, you can leave it plugged in. It can be docked, but still.
This
People are
day and
also at
age, battery life shouldn't be a major
no,
issue
no, it shouldn't.
like it is.
There shouldn't be a major issue with that at all. And that's why I'm telling you, if you guys buy a nice laptop, for example, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with it until there's a game on there. It's like, it's not going to work because your Intel is too powerful for this.
Oh,
And you
you're
go, what
referring
the
to
fuck?
My Hero Academia.
Yeah, My Hero's One Justice. Yep.
Yeah, too.
Yeah, I mean the anniversary edition of Warhammer right now,
Mhm.
Space Marine 1, is $40, so it's
Yep.
$10 less, or
Yep.
no, or is it about the same price? See that, but then again, what what you're
Mhm.
doing is you're dealing with you're dealing with also GW. I'm sure they
Yeah.
want their pound of
Right,
flesh
the
out
power
there.
Mm-hmm.
bank. I have
Yeah,
to look. I think
yeah,
also the Switch can
yeah.
use a
The,
power bank too. I'll have to check that. I think so.
yeah. So
Yep.
both the Warhammers are the same
Mhm.
price.
Mhm.
The
Okay.
anniversary and the enhance.
Yep.
So they say they also having connection issues for multiplayer. The multiplayer is jinky.
Mhm.
So yeah, people don't seem happy with it. Kind of sounds like the Star Wars Battlefront fiasco.
Yeah, that was a fiasco. And there were still some people who were trying to say, "Isn't this the game you wanted?" This it's like, "No, dude, stop being silly with this nonsense. You can put that information out there, but it's just not really genuine." Because I
I mean,
think even the Mhm.
I was talking to somebody and I told them I bought Doom of the Dark Ages and I'm enjoying it, and they're all, "Oh, I heard that game was terrible, so I didn't
That
touch it."
game
I
was
said,
shit. Yeah, I heard it was shit. Yeah,
"Well, I'm enjoying it. It reminds me of classic Doom."
Yeah,
So who are you gonna believe? Some guy on YouTube? I know I'm on YouTube, or someone that you've known for years who doesn't give you bullshit when it comes to games.
right,
the
right.
replay
Yeah,
value of that, it's still there. You can play the same map 100,000 times and still have fun. It just needs multiplayer. It needs fun multiplayer. That's what Doom is missing.
Of course, playing multiplayer in Doom would be fun, but with it being a single player game, I'm still having
Yeah,
fun because, like
you can
I've
still have
said,
fun
since
with it. Mhm.
it was released and I ended up purchasing it, it reminds me so much of how classic Doom originally was.
Uh, where we run into problems and where people making comments or platforms, YouTube, TikTok, X or Twix, Instagram, whatever, is that people obviously want to. They're like, "Oh, this is horrible." Oh, I see, and yet things are not always the same. And those same people will not be like, "Yeah, I was wrong with that." They just move on to the next big trending hate boner thing, whatever, which is not always the best idea. It just isn't.
no,
Sometimes it's true. Dragon Age,
no.
Veilguard, but even you have to say Beargate 3, which I guess is considered probably the best, most recent AAA game. Yeah, sure, it has a lot of content in it, and it's reasonably priced. I'll say that $60, it still is. But once again, there's some other stuff in there that it goes, even though it's optional,
Uh,
it's like, yeah,
yeah,
we're pushing things there. That's the problem, the agenda. And so people have forgotten these games that they're making is they're putting in stuff in a fantasy game that really probably shouldn't be in there. Now they'll say, "Oh, this is
is
our vision," and that's fine, but you're putting in stuff in there that
I'll be
shouldn't
right
be.
back.
uh, is bestiality actually a movement?
I don't know. For some people it is. And some
Oh,
people
I
defend that
know.
crap too. And more people. No, dude, it's not. It's weird.
Yeah, I know.
Even though it's optional, it's weird. And so that doesn't mean the game overall is bad. It's just, I mean, I understand why it's so popular. There's a lot of good
Yeah,
content there. There's actually women who look like women. What a shock. Uh,
I'm
but
shocked.
I know I'm shocked too. But it's the same thing with everything. It's like the Pokemon thing where people get upset and they go, well, why can't we have all the Pokemon in this game? Why do we have to be limited to this? And people get annoyed. So you're saying we have to pay this, but we get less content of this. It's that people get annoyed by this stuff. So you can just wait. Prices do go down. It doesn't matter what's going on, guys, out there. Prices still will go down. So, yeah.
Well, there was always a sale too on Steam if you go with that
Yeah.
direction too.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
usually they have a good deal sometimes with the GWs, so with Games Workshop. So if you want to pick up some of the games, that's the time to do it.
Yeah.
That's when I picked up a lot of their games.
Yep.
It's like, okay, boom, boom, boom. I'm not going to pay the full price. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yep. It's just they just want to put this stuff in there, and it's like, okay, well, fantasy games are just we never a lot of people who grew up with this kind of stuff, me, Baron, Mike, other people, Lady Miss, I'm sure, DJ Ronnie G and other stuff. It's just you had a simple
Did Amos grow
concept.
up?
Yeah, I don't know. We're all a kid at heart, I guess, to some extent, but uh, we had a basic idea. You put on armor, you're a knight, you fight monsters,
Right.
you have a victory, you get treasure. Simple ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And so then that expanded to other stuff of stories and this and that, and that's fine. But then they want to start putting their degeneracy. I don't know what else to call it in there, optional, but
Mm-hmm.
it's weird. And it's just it's not that the game overall is bad. And when people go, this is shit, this is awful, and I know, yeah, I hate this, I hate that, I hate this. I mean, even stuff like Mass Effect, uh, there's a lot of
Oh,
fun
I
you
hate
can.
that.
There's a lot of fun you can find in those games, but they just keep missing the point of all this stuff, and then they keep leaving money on the table. Like even when you watch the last Xbox game show, um, it's the same thing. They just keep leaving money on the table. It's like, okay, well, you guys are finally, especially on PC, going to get the first Gears game, okay, and you don't have to play it just on Game Pass, which you can do. Of course, you can do that way, or there's other ways you can do it, but we're not going to go into that. But the thing is that they remake this stuff, and sometimes it's really good. Sometimes people are clamoring for it. Sometimes people want this on other platforms, but then they just start recycling this stuff more, and it's like, okay, if you're going to do a remake, it's fine. Like, but they run into problems, and then when the game doesn't work, and then there's other issues there. Um, but other stuff is finally coming out that never came out for anything but consoles. And so that's great. That really is great. And so that puts more money. But where is a new Gears? I mean, Gears 5 I thought was a good game. Sure, there was a tiny little bit of bathroom nonsense that you ran into in a theater and was ridiculous. But other than that, the
Oh, you
game was
loved it.
still, oh, it was the best. There was, I wouldn't say that's enough to make you stop playing the game. Just like when they change something, it just depends. But then it's like, oh well, we're going to change a costume, or we're going to change these lines and localization. Even Japanese people are feeling like, I don't know if you guys saw this, that some of their culture is being ruined by Westerners, and people are
Yeah.
coming out and saying, hey, stop doing this. Stop
Right.
letting these foreigners or whatever uh change these things. I agree. And the thing is, people will say, oh, well, then there's this push now,
Mhm.
Japanese only do better. There's still Westerners out there that can do good jobs.
Right. If the studios let
If
them.
they care. Right. If the studios let them, yes.
No, I
Or if
mean,
it's
serious.
completely crowdfunded and
Yeah.
Yes.
they release it on their own.
Yep. So
hmm
It's just like with everything, they just keep leaving money on the table, and it's like, especially with franchises, it's like, do you guys ever ask the fans still? Sometimes they do,
They
but
they
Well,
they
it
don't
would
they
be
don't
nice if
care
they
what the
asked.
fans want. We've learned
No,
that from
no, they don't
game
usually.
companies. We've learned that from studios, and
Yep,
they care more about the nattering nabobs of negativity from the
yep,
bot Twitters that
yep,
go out there and say how horrible you are. You have to change to our way, blah blah blah. And it's not the majority; it's the minority, and those are the ones they want to bend over for because it's
yep.
the
I mean,
flavor of the month.
it's Sony, Microsoft, Sega, especially what's
There you
going
go.
on in this month. This month, like, all this pandering. The problem is they can do whatever they want. It's their companies, but
Yeah.
it's also become more of a losing strategy because when things are whatever it is, just pushed in your face until you can't take it anymore, people get mad for good reason.
Well, as people have been saying, the fatigue is real.
Yeah,
mhm.
there's a lot of fatigue about a lot of different things, especially
Hmm.
lately. So
Well, I mean, people can only be called the worst things on earth so much
exactly.
or it breaks.
Yep.
And I mean, I know we have been called the worst things on earth.
It's okay.
Our fellow YouTubers have been also
Yes.
the same way. Uh,
Yes.
and after a while, it's like you're really
Yeah,
desensitized off it.
after a while, I always think about Popeye.
Ay,
Popeye saying that he's had enough and he
Yep,
can't stand it anymore, and he won't take it.
right. And just like we were talking about earlier, and you're dismissive, Cash, and I'm not being harsh or whatever, but that comedians out there, particularly ones who don't really have a big name,
Hmm.
are starting to get edgy again.
Some of them are, yeah.
They're yeah, they well,
Because they believe that getting edgy and maybe being a little controversial will get them the attention they desire.
right. But it's also probably in that same sense they're fed up with it, and now it's their chance to start going for it. And that's what the comedians did. They're supposed to
Yeah.
be this reflection of what's going on and the ridiculousness of what's going on.
Yep. The
Many times.
right. And the problem
Mhm.
is when they even I know it can be ignorant, but when other people they see a race and people go, "Oh, that's whatever words we want to use." The thing is it's just they've people see these characters and then it's the way with the sweet baby stink and all that happened. And so people just go, "All right, I see this character in a Microsoft game and I just want to make jokes and I want to say, oh, look, this game's going to be woke, wokey, pokey, whatever." That's not
Well,
obviously the
our
case,
our, our reaction
but
to Indiana Jones
hmm
and the Great Circle, I
hmm
I will go
Mhm.
back to that.
hmm
We saw everybody who was working on the game in that video, and
Yeah,
didn't we make assumptions? Yes, we did.
yes,
yeah, from them, what they were seeing.
right,
Mhm.
right,
We we
It
made we
wasn't
made those
hmm
we made those assumptions from what they were saying.
yes,
Yet
in track
some of
records.
us still decided, you know what? It's on Game Pass. I'm going to try it for myself.
yep.
Hmm.
And that's why people believe this stuff. I mean, there's a rumor floating around right now that they've removed the motto of Superman.
Yep.
Because they want him to be more worldly or whatever, or
Well, they've done
respect
it
the world or
before.
something. And they've done it before in the comics a few years ago. So when
Well,
people see this stuff, and even though it's a rumor and there's no proof of it, they go, "Could they do it? Yeah, of course they could."
well, right. There's a track record,
That's
and
right.
when they're shooting their mouth off about stuff, and it's not the YouTubers out there, it's not us that they like to blame, but it's coming out of their filthy
Hmm.
mouths what they're saying, and then they get caught and they blame us and call us all sorts of nasty names.
Yeah,
Oh no, no, you ignorant, you ignorant. No, no, we're not. It's like, oh,
right.
don't trust your lying eyes, don't trust your
That's right.
ears. You don't know anything, and
That's right.
that's the one thing I think.
Well,
I mean,
remember
that's
that
like that
that
guy.
article that we read not that long ago, Baron, where the developers were saying that we
Yeah,
don't understand games and all the word salad that was in that article. And
yeah. Yeah, the AI was having a hard time, but I mean, ABC lost a reporter because of their
They did.
whatever on their station
Mm-hmm.
because he went on Hinge, put out
Mm-hmm.
a nasty tweet that
Yep.
is something that a reporter shouldn't do.
No.
Suspended now, he's not working, and basically the reaction is because the people out there are fed up with these people with well, now I'm talking like you. These people in the press, the MSN, the legacy media,
Yes. Yes.
uh, talking down to us and telling us that we're a bunch of fucking idiots. We don't know anything. We have to trust them. And
Right.
then they get caught in their lies left and
Mm-hmm.
right.
Yes, they do.
And it's like, I'm sorry, the press, as much as anything else, needs to have their feet put to the fire.
Yes,
They
they do.
need to, just like any, they want to be the fourth estate. Well, we should be
The,
keeping an eye
the,
just as much on you guys.
the press can be responsible for responsible journalism, and they can be also just the exact opposite, irresponsible journalism. Just reporting on
Right.
something when they know the facts aren't true.
Right.
Yep, we get it's the same thing that happened or it's happened before when you're
And
talking to certain people on stream. Like they want to act like they know everything. They don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to other people. They don't want to
Hey,
because they know everything. Yeah.
hey,
and
Cat,
real
Cat,
quick,
help me with that.
I want to compliment Lady Miss on her avatar. I like it.
Oh,
Hmm.
I just see the avatar. Oh, nice, nice. I know, Cash. You get on me all the time about that. Baron, you're not always right. Baron, you're not. You're right, wrong. Something you don't know everything,
How
Baron.
dare you? How
How
dare
dare you? You stole my YouTube childhood.
uh, people need to understand that when it comes to any topic, here's the reality. You should do your research. I don't care what it is. Do a lot of research so you're ready for if somebody's going to debate you with this because it's obviously easy when you're passionate about something to scream at somebody else or whatever. But uh,
I,
if a lot of people, especially in America, did a lot of research on a lot of different things from climate change and all this other stuff, and they listen to other people who are experts who have looked into this, or they see things like, oh, the ice is actually recreating itself, things like that, then
reformer.
it's
Yeah.
just their arguments go out the window. But they figure if they can do these fear tactics, and fear tactics are a very dangerous thing because you can get a lot of you sell it well enough, you can get a lot of people to believe it.
You sell it well enough, you could get a reaction not just out of one
Hmm.
side, but out of
Yep.
both sides.
Yep.
Well, again, that's a battle that they're losing
Yep.
because uh, the ones out there that have been, you know, that don't join the quote unquote consensus, which is a lot of scientists out there, a lot, but they get shut down just like anything else. I mean, they get canceled, they're ignored, they're called fools, and don't listen to these people, even though
Yes.
you have Bill Nye, the science fraud, who basically only has a BA in engineering, sitting back saying that this guy who's got more letters after his name than most alphabets in this thing, that person's wrong. And that's what we got.
Yep.
We got morons like Bill Nye telling people that have a lot more
Hmm.
knowledge that
Hmm.
they're wrong.
Hmm. And that doesn't mean though he didn't do some cool science experiments for kids. That's not the point. It's when they stop uh and they stop the being, we'll say, with common sense. They'll stop with common sense and they start in with this uh, activist nonsense. It doesn't matter who it is,
Uh,
from Stephen Colbert and all these people. They used to be, they had something going there before. Then it's like, okay, this is the only audience we want. We don't care about these other people, which is really stupid. Really stupid.
well, a lot of them have gone that way, and that's
Yes.
why no one's seen movies. That's why no one's watching new shows.
Yep.
That's why even music is being affected by it. They're up there and saying, if you do not follow in goose step with my beliefs, I don't want you.
Yep.
And it's like that's not how it works.
Yep.
It is not how it works because
They play their. Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just because you're just because they don't agree with you doesn't mean they're monsters and tyrant wanters
No, it
and
doesn't.
ests and folks.
That,
It
that,
doesn't
that
mean
that's very true. But how do you know? how do you pretty much educate people to
Exactly.
pick their battles?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just this
People
blazing.
people like to fly off the handle now over
Yeah.
Yes.
anything,
Yes.
not just a little thing, but over anything.
Yeah.
Look, yep, it's easy to get angry at mayors, governors. Maybe you want to cause, whatever. Not saying that's a good thing, but it's just you lashing out because you're mad. You don't understand what's going on and how a number of people can accept this stupidity. You just don't get it. And I think what it comes down to is somebody wants to belong something. Oh, I'm part of this mob. I'm part of this group. Now I feel special. I'm
Yeah.
special. I get a month. I'm special. I get a day. I'm special. Yet I don't want to go too deep into this, but what I'm going to say is the veterans, they over the years, especially when people want to blame them for being part of wars and so on, which is nonsense, uh, they don't deserve to ever be spit on. They do not deserve to be kicked or anything. None of that needs to happen. And so we get people in this country that they don't want to respect laws. They don't want to respect, they just want to cause chaos because they figure if we can change this and we can get a lot of people to accept it, it will be for the better. But it never is. It's never turned out to be, because people cannot be reasonable. They have, from everything from the Me Too movement, other stuff, when you lose reason in the discussion and you don't want to hear from other people that, hey, this could be going on and we need to fix this, then everything goes to hell every time. It's been proven.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
the Simpsons had it perfect when
Mm-hmm.
Homer became an activist.
Mm-hmm.
These people
Mm-hmm.
are the eternal activists.
Yes.
I mean, that's why Greta Thunberg or
Mm-hmm.
Thunberg or whatever the hell is her name, the
Thunberg,
little
Thunberg.
yeah, jumped from climate change to the Palestinian thing because that's the latest thing I can be relevant in and be an activist.
Because
And
people like her are narcissists. They crave
Right.
attention.
Right. And
right,
so the narcissists with TikTok, they use that to their advantage. Now, there's other people on TikTok who have actual good information. Like, okay, that makes sense. What did they say? And so if somebody makes sense, you should always listen to them. That's not obviously the case always, but still,
well,
it's just how it continues to go. And so if we're going to be reasonable, we want America to be the best country we possibly can be. We can't allow all this stupidity, or people say, I don't get my way, so I want to be a petulant child because I didn't get spanked enough, so then I'm going to go cause chaos. Well, that doesn't prove anything. Then you ruin this, you ruin that. Why would you want to ruin the city? Then they get mad, and so oh, we don't have the store anymore. Well, why is that? Why did those people leave? Oh, I wonder. So, we going to use common sense on all this stuff or not? It's the same with entertainment. It's the same with anything, politics, whatever. Hmm.
well, uh, that's the thing. I think you are getting people waking up. I really do.
Oh, they are. More people
And
are waking up, but not enough.
and
But more people are. Yes.
well, faster than you can imagine. I mean, that guy on CNN is just going bonkers with their polling, and it's
Oh
how the
yeah, I
polling is
know that
going
is
the wrong
crazy.
way that
Yeah.
CNN wants it to go.
Yes. Yes,
And
I
then he
know.
pulls out they pulled the same thing with
Yep.
through like Axios and others, and
Hmm.
it's even
Hmm.
higher.
Yep.
So even with CNN trying to downplay a poll, which they do, it's going up, and then other ones that he references off of it are even more impressive.
Yep. Yep. And
So
not. Yep.
it's going faster. I mean, we're not seeing these numbers like we've had before.
Yep. And that's
And it was a
why.
fast turnaround. This is even since 2020, 2022.
Hmm.
How many people have been waking up and realizing we've been lied to? And people do not like being lied to. And they can turn into some of the biggest, shall we say, burn them all type of folks because, you know, when you feel like you've been played for a fool, you want payback on that.
Yep.
And the payback is coming. The
Hmm.
CNN dropped down to 740 some 700,000 viewers
Wow.
at their peak.
Yep.
740
And
some, I believe.
see,
And
yep.
that's the same. MSNBC, I don't know why that's even still around. Maybe they give Greg Gutfeld things to make fun of Morning Joe. I think
Right.
that's the only reason why it's
Yeah.
still around.
Right. It's just it's really crazy. And what they do is they frame things a certain way too, and they jump on stuff. And I understand people jumping on stuff because of the history, because of the yeah, the history. It's been going on and on. So they jump on a game, they jump on this, they jump on an image, they jump on this. It's
Right.
not always the case, but I understand why people jump. Oh, that looks bad. That looks terrible. But they frame it a certain way, so they want people to always look bad.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
and we're catching up. Or I mean, I've always known,
that's how it's spun, Cash.
yeah,
always. Yep.
but
Because,
people are
because
catching it.
the other day I was watching what's happening.
Hmm.
I was watching it from multiple sources, and each source was showing something different. Some
Mm-hmm.
was just focused on the ones
Yep.
trying to bring peace back.
Yes.
Others were focused on the ones who wanted the chaos.
That's right.
Right. Yeah,
You
and
you you,
if you
you
don't,
tell me which one of those two they were more focused on.
oh, the most.
Mhm.
This is mostly peaceful,
Mhm.
Yeah, there's
and it
certain.
just reminds me of the scene out of The Naked Gun. Nothing to see here. Nothing to
Mhm.
see here.
Go
Move
about your
along. Nothing to.
business. Yep.
You go about your business. Nothing to see here is, you know.
Yep. Yep. That's what it turns into. And so you've got these channels that basically say, this game is gonna be amazing. Well, maybe it isn't, and they're like, oh well, hey, look, there's actual females. Hey, look, she has boobs. Oh, look, has this, and it's funny to
What's wrong
say
with
these
boobs?
things. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's funny to say these things, but this is where we've gotten to the point. It's like, are we just going to have a bunch of women in gaming that in these different games, in these stories? Are they going to wear burqas? Is that what did she show some leg?
Oh,
Or are we
burkas are
gonna?
so
Is
sexy.
it too much? Did she show us?
Burkas are sexy, man. But go back. How I was talking about the enhanced version of Space Queen. The only way I knew about it was I can't remember, was it last night or this morning? Someone had gameplay, and they're going, "Yeah, this is good. This is this is kind of reminding me. I have to remember how things are going with this and all that." But you know who it was? Game Riot. Can you trust anything that Game Riot say? Now,
No,
watching the game, but watching them play, it's like, yeah, this does look pretty. This does look good, and all that. But what are the other caveats? And is it really worth that price? But you go to the Steam reviews, the people are putting the negative ones in there. They're not just going in there saying it stinks and blah blah.
Right.
They're
Right.
going through, this is what's wrong.
Mhm.
These are the pros. These are the
Mhm.
minuses.
Yep.
And it's like, wow. That's why I took note to it. It's like, this isn't just going in there with the typical, word salad garbage just to trash something.
No.
They were listing down to things. Hey, you need to fix these things or else. You
Yep.
know,
It's the same thing with all the and it's really unfortunate. Like, you can barely find any media, even bound in the comics, Cosmic Comic Book News. They put
yeah,
out stuff on there that they're not right about.
no.
But most of the time, that stuff, it's like, yeah, that actually did happen. Fuck.
Well, again, that's why we keep
Yep.
the feet to the fire. Okay, what's
That's
going
right.
on here? Even with the ones that we like, and we've said it before, we don't always agree with them, or we call BS on their BS. And that's a good thing. It needs to be done, and that
Mhm.
goes for any outlet of the legacy media.
Yep.
You can't trust it, and we know in many ways, a majority of the legacy media hates us.
Yep. They do.
So,
They do. Agree.
knowing that is half the battle. It's like they hate you. So, would you trust someone that hates you?
Yep.
and Lady Miss says women have what?
Do I have to say the word? Do I have to say the word? They have nice pillows.
Good one, Lady Miss.
No, I mean exactly. That's why life vests were called Mae Wests for a while. Because Mae West with her big bosom is like, oh yeah, you should never drowned. Never drowned. And we love those flotation devices.
but that's why there's other articles out there that PC Gamer and IGN and Riot and Game Riot, right?
And
Yeah.
rant.
Or Game Rant. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, there's
thing
both
too.
of them. Yeah, I saw the
But
Game Riot, but there's also the Game
they
Rant, which is which is like Screen Rant, and they
right,
suck.
and that's why people have put out stories on IGN that, I mean, in some ways it's the rise and fall of IGN and all these companies, because they're just going with this drone mentality where, if you don't agree with me, you're a bad person. Well, that's
Right.
not going to fly with a lot of people.
No.
Well, I
Some
mean,
people be like, "Oh yes, you're right," and they feel they
well,
need to apologize. Like I said, that guy make FPS great again, and he got all this backlash, and he like, "Oh well, I
What's
was
wrong with wanting
nothing,
first-person shooters to be great again?
nothing." But
not
it's
a
those
dang thing.
words that people don't like. Oh, I heard those words. I've seen it with other friends too. Don't use those words around me. Like, whatever.
Yeah, bite me.
That's right.
Settle down. Settle down there, Beavis.
That's hilarious, Lady Miss. Sure, yes. We're the bad people.
Mae West jacket. Yeah.
Oh man. But really, and then you know what? Other females are like, "Can I play as a badass female hot chick? Can I make one?" No. They get mad too. Then they go, "Okay, so there's all these females in stories. Where are the males? Where are the males?" You see that too, and people start being like, "This is ridiculous. Where is the balance? Where is this? Where is that?" So they want to push these certain agendas, and they want to do bait and switch, and then they forget about the other stuff that makes these stories even better. So it's really
Oh, by
fun.
the way, Lady Mist, I got my big gut as my flotation device. I look like a whale out there. I mean, you know how many times a harpoon's been thrown at me when I've been out in the water? Yeah.
Oh man. The best ones also are too. It's like you're talking to somebody, and this person is always putting pictures on there, and then they say, "I can't believe this guy said these things about my comments," and I'm like, I can't believe he said this about my pictures. And it's like, but you're putting yourself out there, so you're to blame. You're looking for that attention. I'm not
Well,
saying what he said was right, but you're looking
right.
for that attention. You can't tell those people that, yeah, all right, whatever.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a
Yep,
two-way street,
exactly.
and look what happened in Las Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, you guys.
Unhinged narcissism.
Okay,
Like I said,
Mhm.
I saw the video. Both points of view of the video of what happened in Vegas.
Yeah, I
And
just
for
heard
anyone
about
that
this
doesn't know,
today. Yeah.
I put the article in earlier, but I'll go ahead and grab it again
I mean, this,
about what happened in Vegas. And
it,
if you have a beef with somebody on YouTube, don't let it get to this extreme. Talk it out, hash it
Right.
out.
yeah.
There's no need for it to escalate like it did in Vegas, where now two people, unfortunately, are no longer on this earth.
Yep. This happened in Lineage too with some people from China. The one guy, his friend got mad at him. He went over to his friend's house and he stabbed him, and I think killed him. It's insane.
It is stupid crap.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Over a game. He got mad over a game, and he went to the guy. It's like, uh, that was actually a story. I'll have to look it up again, but yeah.
If someone tries to, embarrass you on a stream and you want nothing to do with them afterwards, fine. But don't go to the extreme that happened in Vegas.
No. No. It's just best to turn your back and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
And let them be the fool.
And Lady Miss, there's absolutely nothing wrong with old games.
Oh, we love old games.
They just the people will be like, oh well, this game doesn't hold up because of that. I saw some comments from that in some gaming group I'm part of, and it just
Well,
makes me laugh, and I'm like, okay, so you're telling me we can't play that games like KOTOR still doesn't hold up to this day? Well, you can't mod it. Well, if you have to mod it, it doesn't hold up. Okay, so we're gonna go through that silly argument. All right, but yet the
yeah.
same person, that's right, Spock. The same person will tell you that they're fine with the graphics of Stardew Valley. I'm not saying they're old, but they still seem retro. So you're a hypocrite at that point. You're a hypocrite.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there were bad games
Always.
back in the day, and we
Yep.
admit that. But when you have a good game from, I mean, Mad Max. I mean, why were you playing a 10-year-old game, Mike? Really, honestly,
Why was I playing a 10-year-old game? Because a 10-year-old game's still badass.
it is great, a great badass game, and the engine being used for Batman games. So I
Hey,
mean,
you know what? I was talking to someone and he said he stopped playing the game after an incident that happens in the game happened. I said, "Oh no, that's when I went. That's it. It's revenge. I'm coming after you.
Yep.
I'm gonna make sure that my vehicle is souped up and ready to fight."
the magnum opus.
Mm.
I need to play that one again. It is such a
You
great
you
game. The
should.
first
I've
game,
told you.
the, I
I've
know.
told you. You should stream it.
Yeah, I mean, when you were streaming, it's like, hey, way to go, man. Yeah, because that's the first game I ever got off of Steam. So,
Yep.
and I played the hell out of it in the old days. So,
Yeah.
I never got through the whole thing. So, I need to work at getting through the whole thing. But
It's
what I
worth
was playing
it.
was fun, fun, fun.
And I couldn't thank Jason enough for gifting that game for me.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And what's nice is they give you the DLC for all the cards bodies,
Mm-hmm.
so you can choose which one you want. Mike went with the Pinto.
Right. Yeah, I went with the Murph Mobile from Wayne's World. Hey, at least when I'm running other games off the road, I get some licorice to chew on.
Yep. It's just like anything, and some people, they can't take the conversations and they're going to leave. Well, I mean, people can get heated about stuff, but they just don't. It was like that one person. I'm guessing she was a woman. I don't know. She's like, "Do you guys like anything?" Like that stuff cracks me up. It's like, of course we
Oh
do,
yeah, yeah.
but we have our certain tastes, just like she does. It's okay.
No, we're never happy. Everything sucks.
But
Yeah,
when you grew
that's
up
what
a
we got
certain
going on.
way and you see where entertainment's going, you see where other things are going, you go, I don't think this is the best direction.
But I really do think things are changing. I'm
To some
feeling the
extent,
change
they
in the
are.
air.
To some extent,
Well,
too. Yeah.
well, that's just it. It starts out, and then
Yes.
before you know it, it just boom. That it just comes back hard. That pendulum. And I'm just
Mhm.
saying about pendulum, where the idea is to make actual entertainment now instead of
Yes.
the garbage. They're learning now.
Right.
Uh, they do have projects that they have on that they're working on already. That because it takes so long. But my 5-year plan. I think we're about to 2 years now. 2 years, one
Hmm.
and a half years,
Hmm.
where we're going to see that change. And the studios are rumbling. I mean, look at what we're talking about with Warner Brothers, which this film
Mm-hmm.
that we saw was from. Zaslav is not a happy man over there.
Speaking of Warner Bros., you heard that they're splitting up divisions.
Hmm.
Yep.
They are.
hmm Hiring people or laying off people, I should say.
That's
Uh,
right, Spock. It can. As
so,
long.
I mean, and I think there's a lot riding on the Superman film. Notice that things kind of got
Hmm.
reined back a little bit,
Hmm.
just on
Hmm.
his production schedule
Hmm.
of doing things, and I think they're nervous over there about it. And of course, who's the big one you can blame
Well,
for that? James Gunn, because he can't
Yes.
keep his friggin' mouth shut and he
Right.
can't keep to a story. And already with the stuff that's come out where it's been mocked, like his eye, Superman's eyes, he was saying they're not CGI. Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
want it
just
to be a bomb. Not that I want
no.
James Gunn off
I
any
agree.
hook or anything, but
Right.
if it's good, okay, then fine. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say I'm glad. I'm glad he's was able to do something. But with what he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
others are saying that are
Mm-hmm.
part of the production. Yeah, we might not have the Gunverse for very long.
No.
Well, we'll have to see when it comes out in July how it does.
Yep. I mean, I really
It could
hope it's a good
be it
film.
could be a big success
Mhm.
or it could be a flop.
Right. I'm not rooting for it to be a flop.
No.
I'm
No.
just nervous
But
about it.
it is interesting that the budget might be 400 million. Might. Can't say that's a
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
that's if that's true. I'm not saying it is,
if, yeah.
No.
but if that's true, that's been part of the problem for Hollywood
Right.
these last few years. Look at Indiana Jones and the Dial of
Mhm.
Destiny,
Oh.
300 million.
Mhm.
Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning,
Mhm.
Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning,
Mhm.
300 million for the
Mhm.
former.
Mhm. Around there,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
really, honestly, it is so easy for Superman to flop with
Oh,
that
yeah.
book.
It really is.
Even if they do get a surge in the
Uh-huh.
beginning, a lot of people coming in.
Mhm.
A loss is still a loss. It doesn't
It
matter
is.
if it's $100, $1,000, $1,000,000, $100 million. A loss is still a loss. They want to have their pound of flesh, and even if they just get over that amount, it's not going to be good enough in the eyes of Hollywood. They want a big
No.
return.
Yes. They
And
Look
do.
at
how do you
Lilo
make
and
a big return
Stitch.
off of 400?
Look at Lilo and Stitch versus Snow White.
Mhm.
Right. Oh God.
And they messed up some things in
What?
Lilo and Stitch, obviously, but it still
Yeah,
was,
but
yeah.
one of the problems with the new Snow White is they didn't tell their lead actress cool it
Right.
until it was too late.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, plus they had that lead actress who was wrong for the part
Yeah,
in
and
many
you
ways. In many ways.
and that's why Peter Dinkelberry, as I like to always call him, you could look at him, you'd probably be removed, but you could look at him and say, dude, you're one of the reasons why this Snow White movie failed. And let me tell
Yeah.
you why. And now you'd probably be removed by security, but you're one of the reasons this failed. You said that little people, or whatever you want to call them, you said that they can't be dwarfs because that's offensive, right, Peter?
Mm-hmm.
Come
Yet,
on, dude. Come
yet
on.
Complaints.
other actors who are dwarves have spoken out against
Yes.
Dinklage, saying,
And
"Thanks
Yep.
a lot, Peter."
I
Yeah.
think if you're interviewing somebody like Peter, even if you brought him on and you paid him, you have every right to ask that question. You don't have to ask it in a rude way, even though a lot of these media seem to love talking about their politics and other bullshit. But you don't
Well,
have to. It's like, what were you thinking, Peter, by doing
yeah.
this?
Well, this wasn't a rude thing. It's like, would Billy Barty have that attitude? Who was a big defender of little people, being that he was one, sorry. Do you honestly think? Look at the roles that he got and was so great at them. And I think he'd be in the opposite camp because he knows, hey, these are good jobs for us. There's a lot of people that look up to the dwarves from Snow White. I mean, the heroes that they were to try to protect her
Mhm.
and
Yep.
all that.
Peter.
Uh,
Hmm.
there's nothing wrong with they're not a mockery of
Yep.
anything.
No.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. If you got the mockery, I mean, for crying out loud, Billy Barty was part of that Under the Rainbow movie with Chevy Chase and Carrie Fisher, which was all
Hmm.
about the little people that were involved playing the Lilliputians or whatever in Wizard
Hmm.
of Oz.
Hmm.
I mean, do
Yeah,
you
they're
think?
they're all part of Munchkin Land.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I
And
mean,
real quick, that's not funny, Tim. I'm not laughing. Not laughing. No, that's not funny.
oh no, no,
Tim,
no,
come
no,
on,
no,
dude.
no,
God.
no, 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 no.
Oh boy.
I mean, they're trying so hard, but I think Rachel Ziegler's career is kaput.
Hmm.
because of how this film flopped and how she acted. Right now, she is box office poison.
Yeah, and see, the other thing is they could say, you know what? Look, I know people say things, and you have to mean it. No lawyers speak, no nothing. Yeah, I really caused my own problems, but they can't admit that. So because
No.
of their narcissism, their narcissism does not allow them to actually have a genuine apology. Yeah, this movie, even Madam Web, people came out and said, yeah, this movie really wasn't really good. You got
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney making fun of it on SNL when around the
Yeah.
time it came out. It's just, and I know, I'm sure the producers and other people weren't happy about that, but it's like, dude, you're not. It's just like Chris Hemsworth, dude. What are you guys doing to Thor? Thor was fine the way Thor was until
Yeah.
the latest movie. Then you made him way too goofy. But all of
Mhm.
us, anybody who saw this stuff and wants to use their brain on these things, will say, yeah, you guys might want to come back with a more serious tone of Marvel again, like the other movies, because that works really well. Yes, I know there's people like Jace who will say all the MCU is shit. It's shit, right, Jace? It's shit. But,
Well, you
it's,
meant. I'm
yeah,
glad you mentioned the older Marvel movies, Cash, because I've seriously been thinking of doing watch parties of some of the older Marvel films
Hmm.
yep.
to show the difference between what we had
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
what we
Yeah.
received.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thor is
But also,
fantastic.
Mm.
but
Hmm.
also,
It's the best. Yeah, it is. It's a.
I do want to say I have seen Ballerina.
You have.
It's
Oh,
a decent film.
Okay.
It's not one I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, this is the best film ever. But it's a decent film.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, really, many of us, that's all we ask for. But then it comes down a
Right.
decent film. Should they have a huge budget? No.
Well,
And
it's
and I
right.
will say this:
Uh huh.
no, they do not cuck John Wick
Good.
when he
That's good.
shows up. They do
I
not
wouldn't
cuck
think
him.
so. I wouldn't think so. No.
I
But
don't think Keanu
do you?
Reeves would let that happen.
No, he wouldn't. Do you think they needed this movie? Do you feel like that article was right,
I,
that these
I
films of these female centric and they're not badass sexy females? I mean, they do have a point, but I'm sure you have a point on this too, Mike. So
I have no problem with a badass female lead,
nobody
No.
does.
but I think
Nobody
with
should.
Ballerina, I
Hmm.
think with
Hmm.
Ballerina, she could have been a partner of John Wick in
There
another
you go.
movie.
Great together, right? Great
Yeah,
together. There you go.
Peanut butter and chocolate.
Hmm.
they both have their own styles.
Right.
Right.
Did you also feel that this woman who, is this kind of small thing beating up these men who are stronger than her, did you get that impression at all in the movie or?
In the movie, they do try to say it's because of her training she's able to take down
Okay.
these guys that are bigger than her. But there are some scenes
I bet. Yep.
where I'm going, I just I can't buy it. It would be like me going against a guy that's much bigger than me, much taller than me, much stronger than me,
Mm-hmm.
trying to fight
Mm-hmm.
him off.
Right. And that's why I thought it was
Mongo.
interesting in that article where they said, yes, these women are using their brains and they're using their smarts to be these assassins. And I'm like, exactly. They are.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen before. And that was really cool. Because, different body types. I know, shocking.
Hmm. I'm shocked.
I know.
Utterly shocked.
I mean, Anna Taylor Joy, she did a good job as her character,
Mm-hmm.
and she wasn't just phoning it in with her acting. It's just that there were certain times during the movie where she's fighting bigger guys who
Mm-hmm.
are definitely stronger than her.
Wait,
I
she was
just couldn't
okay. Yeah.
couldn't buy her using some of the
Right.
mixed martial arts moves that she used to
Wait, it was
try to.
it was Anna de Armas, right? In
Well,
Ballerina, and then it's
I
uh
get those two
Troika.
mixed
Yeah,
up.
it's okay. It's all right. She was in Furiosa, the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so some of the moves that she was using, it's like I just can't
Right.
buy that this character at her size
Yes.
being able to take out this much larger, much stronger guy. I don't
Yep.
care how much training anyone goes through.
Yep. That's the same
E-
thing. Hmm.
even if it was a guy,
Hmm.
I would still have a hard time seeing the smaller guy taking on this bigger guy and
Right.
actually winning. I know David and Goliath. I get it, David and Goliath, but still, there are certain parts where it's like even I couldn't put myself in, suspending the disbelief and realizing it's a movie. There are
Yeah.
parts of me that were going, I just can't do it.
Yeah.
Like Sulu in Star Trek 3?
Well, that's why it's so
Don't call me
ridiculous.
Don't call me
shiny. Yeah,
tiny.
That's why it's so ridiculous that you got that new Equalizer. And like I said, I didn't know much about the Equalizer until I did some more research because, of course, I never really watched the original show. So seeing this black woman, and it's not because she's a woman, but I mean, I guess in some ways
That's
that other
Queen
women were pointing
Latifah,
this
right?
out. Yes, Queen Latifah beating up these guys who are way stronger than her when she's this size and stuff. It doesn't make sense. And so people were pointing that out in the video. I'm sure other people say, "Oh, that's this. You're being offensive or whatever, some nonsense." But
Yeah.
it's the truth. It's just the truth. It's ridiculous. You know.
yes, Tim, you're absolutely right. If it was
Mhm.
Gal Gadot,
Yes.
I
Oh my
could
word.
believe it because she
Mhm.
actually has gone through military
Mhm.
training,
That is
defense
true.
Yeah.
training.
Yeah,
Hmm.
she was in the IDF.
Yep. Yep. So it's just that they try to make this stuff like, oh, this is possible. It's like, no, nope.
Well, yeah.
Excuse me. So
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously we go to the movies, we need to suspend belief.
hmm
But you can only do so much after it's like this is ridiculous. This is now going to a category of being a comedy or a spoof or a parody, right?
yep.
Um, but usually they're not.
And getting back to Keanu Reeves, it's not even a short period of time that he's in it. He has some pivotal scenes.
Really?
Yeah.
So they
Uh,
worked them for the money.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna have a John Wick film, even though it's starring somebody else, but it still has John Wick in the title, you're gonna have Keanu Reeves in there. You better have him in there for a good enough amount of time, and he's got to be there for a reason. But most of all, you can't cuck the character.
No, no.
I
Which
I know I know just by listening to the dialogue, watching the movie, I know exactly when this movie takes place in the John Wick universe.
ah, does it fit seamlessly or is it pretty seamlessly?
It seemed to fit to me, but that's just me. Someone else could watch it and go, I don't know. I think they're stretching it.
Hmm.
Heck, Edward Woodward, Denzel Washington's more believable because he's been in three Equalizer films.
Yeah, yeah. It's ridiculous. But they're waking up because I am sure the money situation. Again, we talked about Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
We know there's turmoil in Disney. Uh, it's it'll be interesting to see. This is interesting times for Hollywood, to say the least.
And I do have a question to pose for Lady Miss because I
Oh,
know she has a military background. Would I be correct in saying you could definitely defend yourself?
oh, I wouldn't mess with her.
I mean, I could defend myself too. I took Taekwondo for a number of years.
All that form of martial arts is about 96 ways to kick somebody in the nuts.
Yeah, well, sometimes you go for the weak spot.
Yep. But yeah, Edward Woodward, yeah, he was a interesting actor. He was an interesting actor, and of course, he was the father of Galen in the Babylon 5 movie, and of course, Crusade series.
Hmm.
So yeah, he was known to play the tough guy, and usually, sometimes it wasn't the good guy, tough guy.
Because my point of view is I don't care how much training you go through. You're always gonna run into somebody who's bigger, stronger, and meaner than you are.
Right. The times to know when to cut and run if you can,
Hmm.
or go.
Choose your
"Ouch."
battles and choose wisely.
Well, sometimes the battles come to you. It's like,
I
how do you
know,
get
I know,
yourself
I
out of
know.
it?
You,
That's
you
the
do it.
big thing.
You do it if you can.
Hmm.
You talk yourself out of the fight. I know that doesn't always work.
Oh no, oh no. There are some people that do not have the IQ or other levels of intelligence to stop from going Hulk smash.
And Tim's saying there was a Taekwondo place next to his work years ago. There was a woman who wore black belts who were there while they were smaller than me. I would still not fight them. No, no, I knew some. I mean, there were girls at the time, but when I took Taekwondo, I knew some girls, and it's like I don't want you fighting against me, especially when you see the, hit the boards.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay, you're on my side. I'm recruiting you now.
They go, hey Mike, come over here. We need a dummy to practice on.
Oh shit.
Uh, woo 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 woo.
No, if you're trained properly in
Mhm.
Taekwondo,
Yeah,
you can defend yourself pretty well.
I heard Pat Wannabe did taekwondo and knocked himself out. Just saying. In
There's,
Animas, we won't even go there.
yeah. I was in high school, and there was one year the guy I used to go to get my hair cut from said his daughter was going to be doing this thing where people with all sorts of abilities were going to be there, and he was
Hmm.
going to go, and he wanted to know if I wanted to join him and his daughter. So I did,
Hmm.
and we get there, and what one of the courses is a Taekwondo class,
Ah,
and
okay.
lo and behold, it's my old instructor.
Oh.
He sees me, I see him, and he says, "Mike, would you like to join me in this demonstration?" I said, "I said yes, sir." And even though it'd been a couple of years since I'd done anything Taekwondo related,
Hmm.
I of course bowed to him, shook his hand, and we went through the motions. Now I'll admit, My class was for those who had disabilities, but they wanted to make sure that even people with disabilities could still defend themselves.
Right. It's important. Oops, sorry.
That's all right. So
Yeah.
at one point, as we're going along, he grabs me, both hands on my shirt, and before he could even get a word out, instinct kicked in, and I
Mm-hmm.
used the move that we were taught to get out of a hold like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't get mad. He still remembers
Mm-hmm.
because he was trained.
Yeah. That's what he's hoping for.
Hmm. He was hoping that my reaction would be to get myself out of that position.
Mm-hmm. Right. At least he didn't go Krav Maga on him.
No, no, no. It was like he wanted me to demonstrate a palm punch,
Mm-hmm.
basically
Yeah.
where you curl your fingers and your
Mm-hmm.
thumb, and you make sure that you strike the opponent with your palm
Yeah.
and nothing else. So I did.
I wasn't. I was in a bar fight where I knew that one. I tried to do that on two people on either side of me. I never made contact with them. They backed away. It's like, okay, I'm standing there, and it's like, where's everybody? Come on! I mean, it's like I can't even do a bar fight right. Let's just put it that way.
Well, you know what's funny? Sometimes parents would be allowed to participate in class.
Yeah.
With my dad being a California High Patrol officer, sometimes some of the moves that the instructors would try on him, he would immediately counter because of my dad's training.
Hmm. Right. This is what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a lot of cops that go through martial arts.
Yeah.
Cash back yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
He's back. He's back.
I thought I heard his breathing.
Yeah,
Before he goes,
that's right.
uh,
I'm here. Somebody was somebody from the Beach Boys passed away today, I guess.
yeah, Brian
Yeah,
Wilson.
yeah. Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson, the founder of the Beach Boys. I do want to talk
Yep.
about that if you guys don't mind.
I was wondering if you were going to talk about him.
Yeah.
To be honest, I kind of forgot about him until now. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not.
he went.
Yeah, yeah. They said he had to deal with a lot of mental health for about.
Oh yeah, he had issues.
Hmm.
He had issues, and of course, substance, I believe, abuse as
I
well.
mean, I like the Beach Boys, but I was never a massive fan of theirs. I like some of their songs though.
Oh yeah, some of their stuff is like it's kind of funny. You know what they when they started out and all that, what they're trying to base their image off of?
Hmm.
The Kingston Trio.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not
Interesting.
kidding. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they had that look and how they are all dressed with with all the types of shirts and pants and all that. They were trying to look, try to copy that image that the Kingston Trio had.
Yeah. Well, I did feel for my sister because when she was in high school, she was on the drill team.
Hmm.
And there was actually a time where it was after a Padres game.
Right.
And she and other members of the drill team got to perform with the Beach Boys after the game was
Ooh.
over.
Oh my.
Yeah.
What an
And
honor.
even she told me today, she said, I can't ever claim to be a big fan of the Beach Boys, but I love listening to their music. But
Yeah.
she says, I just feel real sad about hearing about his passing. And so, well, you got to perform with him.
Yeah.
He may not have known you, only met you and the other members of the team that one time, but you got to perform with him. And, she got to see John Stamos because he was the drummer that night. And
Ooh.
so,
He's a good
Yeah.
actor.
my sister was on top of the world that night because she really liked John Stamos. So I don't have our usual transition to the article
It's
up,
all
but
good.
I don't think it's needed in this case. So I have it from Entertainment Weekly, and Brian Wilson, groundbreaking Beach Boys co-founder and songwriter, dies at 82. Considered one of the preeminent pop auteurs of his generation, excuse me, Wilson boasted a recording career. Excuse me, I don't know where that's coming from.
I had the same problem. I muted my mic.
Yeah, I couldn't get to mine in time.
Yeah.
Wilson boasted a recording career that spanned 7 decades, and he was with the Beach Boys when they came to our area last year. Unfortunately, my sister and I weren't able to get tickets.
Hmm.
But Brian Wilson, the influential pop musician who co-founded the Beach Boys and wrote such hit songs as Good Vibrations, I Get Around, and God Only Knows, has died at 82. His family announced the news Wednesday on social media and said in a statement, "We are at a loss of words right now. Please respect our privacy at this time as our family is grieving. We realize that we are sharing our grief with the world." The family did not disclose how or when Wilson died.
Hmm.
Wilson wrote more than 200 songs, recorded more than 2 dozen albums, and was a 9 time Grammy Award nominee and a 2 time Grammy winner. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1988 and the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2000. He attributed his main musical influences to rock and roll, doo wop, and
Did Mike drop out or did I?
I guess Mike did. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Sometimes,
Crap.
yeah, there he goes. Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of stuff. He had a kind of a resurgence in the '80s, doing solo, I believe. Um, yeah, I mean, I like listening to the Beach Boys. I wouldn't say I'm myself a huge Beach Boys guy, but you hear those songs that they had, and it's like they kind of uplift you a little bit. They give you a little boost. You don't go away sad hearing a Beach Boys song. That's not what they're about.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like '90s grunge or or
Well,
Nickelback. You know,
well, I mean, '90s grunge is cool. It depends. You're always so down on grunge, man. It's funny.
I am. It's like,
You are, dude. You're
I
so.
want a PlayStation. I got an Xbox. I'm gonna burn this town down.
I,
It's so
I, I
horrible.
mean, it's just like Nirvana. I don't know. I mean, that's what I grew up with. Smell Like Teen Spirit. I like Nirvana a lot still, but
Hmm.
uh, I like grunge. I guess Soundgarden was considered grunge too, but they were great, man. I mean, Cornell had a great voice. He unfortunately had other mental issues
Yeah.
that, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, Lincoln Park had a different type of style too. Of course, Chester had to keep going to the hospital sometimes because of his voice. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, but dude, I love stuff like Zeppelin. I grew up with that, and
Oh yeah.
of course, AC/DC. I mean, I'm not.
Hmm.
It's just sometimes even like I don't know. I don't mind. I mean, it's funny even when you think about In Sync or even Backstreet Boys. Like really, and I remember my guitar teacher bringing this up. It's the backup band that was really good because without them, the music would
Yeah.
not be as good. There's no way.
Right. Exactly. Bye bye bye. Yeah. There's Wow.
Spectra.
You bastards.
Mm-hmm.
You bastards.
I don't know what's worse, when I was, and it was funny, like that breathing hard thing. It's like I can be Vader, but yeah,
Mhm.
uh, no, but no, dude, I think grunge and some of this stuff. I think it's just music nowadays doesn't look. Even when they had grunge, you had like these people had the Nirvana, Soundgarden, and stuff. They had a message and so on. Music nowadays, though, is just it's just words and it's soulless. It's really soulless. I can't really name a new person. I mean, look, I'll give Lady Gaga credit and some of these other people that have been around for a number of years. Adele, like they can have interesting songs and upbeat songs, but are they anything spectacular? I don't know. I still would not go to a Lady Gaga concert or go to a Katy Perry concert. And I laugh that
What?
even some of the news. I know, right? It's crazy. But
But she didn't say.
I saw like the White Stripes, for example, Baron, with my brother,
Oh,
and
okay.
it was just they were really good. And Jack White's always like, "This is my sister, this is my cousin, this is my girlfriend."
Can
I always
you
used to
hear
laugh
me?
about that. Yeah,
You kind of garbled a little.
yeah,
I'll be back.
Oh, now you sound good. Now you sound good.
yeah. You sound good, man. Okay.
Oh, you probably dropped out fast. The stuff that we have to go through just to stream. See the pain, the suffering we go through to entertain you all out there. Oh, woe is me. Woe is Cash and woe is Mike. Yeah, right. Oh, he put a thing up there. We'll take that down. Because offline. Let's get that off the scene. There we go. Now it's just Cash and me. Cash ready
Yep,
for a fight. Are you,
that's
are
right.
you ready for a fight with me? What did
No,
I do, man?
with anyone, man, I'm ready.
Okay, let's do it, man. Right here. Let's throw hands, man. Let's throw hands. Or whatever the kids say these days. But no, I mean, Brian Wilson just was really did. Uh, I just put down Brian Wilson. Okay, I love dyslexia. Okay, um, let's see. Okay, and put that up there, and I'll just kind of take over on that.
Okay.
How's that sound, boys and girls? Guys like that? Do I amuse you? Okay, at the scene. There we go. And spotlight that. So you can see my little thing up there of all the places, like my pipes and cigars and all that stuff. So okay, so Brian Wilson. Okay, we talked about that. Of course, Sly Stone is another one we lost, also at the age of 82.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean, both of them the same age. I mean,
Hmm.
wow. So the Beach Boys began with Brian and his two brothers, Carl and Dennis. Eventually, they were joined by their cousin Mike Love. Oh yeah, that and their friend from school, Al Jardine. Jardine. I'm sorry. The band is one of the most commercially successful groups of all time, selling over 100 million records worldwide. They were inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1988. In January of 63, the Beach Boys recorded their first top 10 single, Surfing USA, which began their long journey of successful recording efforts. And of course, there's that tweet. Uh, I don't care about that. So, I don't. Okay, make sure I get where the story is. Last year, Wilson was placed under conservatorship following a dementia diagnosis. The diagnosis, coupled with the death of Brian's wife, Melinda Wilson, led his family and doctors to make the decision. following the passing of Brian's beloved wife Melinda. After careful consideration and consultation among Brian, his 7 children, Gloria Ramos, and Brian's doctors, in consent with family processes put in place by Brian and Melinda, they're really making work at this. We are confirming that longtime Wilson family representative Leanne Hard and Jean Severs will serve as Brian co-conservators of the person, the family said in a statement to Fox News Digital at the time. This decision was made to ensure that there will be no extreme changes to the household, and Brian and the children living at home will be taken care of and remain in the home where they are cared for by Gloria Ramos and the wonderful team at the house who have been in place for many years helping take care of the family, the statement continued. Brian will be able to enjoy all his family and friends and continue to work on current projects as well as participate in any activities he chooses. I don't know what that had to do with it. This must be an older story. What are you guys doing to me? Is that all you had for the Beach Boys?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, they released Summer Days and Summer
Yeah.
Nights in '65, included California Girls Help Me Rhonda the following year. Help me Rhonda, help
That,
me Rhonda.
yeah, I know that
They
song.
released a critically
Mhm.
acclaimed Pet Sound album.
Hmm.
So, and then you had for Cocktail, you know, they did music for that on there. And there, of course, there's a kind of a recent picture of Mr. Wilson. Looks like a nice little setting he's in. But hey, Mike's back.
Go ahead and continue reading it, Baron.
I basically got done. This one was actually kind of pathetic. I kind of went through there. It was like, holy
Yeah,
moly.
that's it.
I love the whole Pet Sound record. Wilson said I got a full version of it out of the studio. After that, I said to myself, I completed the greatest album I will ever produce. I knew it. It was a spiritual record. I wanted to grow musically and expand our horizons and do something that people would love, and I did it. So I think that kind of brings to it. And then they start talking about his dementia and the caretaker stuff. So
Yeah, we've lost a great music legend, and I didn't know if you knew this, Baron, but there was, I think it was in the late '80s. I don't remember the exact year, but before you would listen to the Cubs game on radio, the Beach Boys actually did an intro song for the Cubs
mm,
back in the day.
I didn't know that.
I don't know if they did any intro songs for any other teams, but
Of course, we
they
lost
might
Sly
have.
Stone. Mhm.
Yeah.
We lost Sly Stone, who was the same age. He lost his
Mhm.
life to COPD.
Same disease that took Leonard Nimoy.
hmm So yeah, we're losing a lot. I mean, the Beach Boys, which like I said earlier, had a little bit of a comeback, and Brian Wilson himself in the '80s, especially with the
Mhm.
movie Cocktail. So,
Well,
uh,
not only that, remember they had the guest appearances on Full House.
Yeah, they did. It did happen.
I'm surprised Cash didn't say that. He's all about the Full House.
No, unfortunately not.
No, no.
Oh, come on, Cash, have mercy.
Mm-mm. I mean, some of the cast used to go to the dentist I used to go to, but I don't know. Full House was one of those things. Then Fuller House came out. Ugh, I don't know. There were some
Then Bob
good.
Saget died.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Bob Saget. I mean, what was it? I think even like you brought up Leonard Nimoy. I think his
Yeah.
wife, his his widow, was in a commercial for smoking, and she said that it was the smoking that killed him, so that he could have lived a lot longer. That's what she said in that commercial. I remember. So, and it's funny, even with all this stuff about smoking. I mean, my neighbor across the street, I think, is still smoking, but maybe he's cutting down. I don't know. Maybe he cut down on the cigarettes.
Well, you know it's your neighbor's life if he wants to smoke.
Yes. Yep.
Coffin nails, as they say, are called. Hmm. That's why I don't smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to damn anybody for it,
No, not really.
Oh,
or
that's what
lecture
they
them,
choose
or
to
anything
do.
like
That
that.
that's what they choose to do.
Yep.
I choose not to smoke because
Yeah, me too.
I've been around it long enough where I knew I didn't want to pick up the habit.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
But I'm
No,
not
when
going to
I
damn anybody and shame anybody who does smoke. I don't care if it's cigarettes, a cigar, a pipe.
Yeah.
I don't.
no, that's
It's your
good
life.
because I wouldn't have to throw down, man. I wouldn't have to throw down. It's like leave my pops out of this. Me and my pipes, we have a
Yeah.
relationship. We love each other.
And then all I have to do is whip out a box of donuts and say,
Mm,
"Calm down."
pipes and donuts, both will kill me. So what did it? What did it, coroner? Was it the pipes or the donuts? It was both. He was smoking the donuts. What? And a bunch of the sprinkles got into the lungs. That's what did him in. The sprinkles.
Yeah, it's a shame that we've lost Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
So many other great
Hmm.
music artists, actors, actresses.
And the void isn't being filled.
No,
It's just a bigger and bigger hole.
we're losing writers.
Yes.
Peter David
Right.
recently, and
Hmm. Right. I mean, uh, where do we go now? I mean, it's. I mean, you can read the book from the New Zealand former New Zealand Prime Minister that Oprah's going all gaga over, and listen to her BS about being kind. Yeah, like she wasn't.
all
But
politicians view themselves in a different light compared to how we view them.
of course, just like all YouTubers view ourselves in different light. I mean, I think that I'm a kind, generous man here on YouTube. Yeah, I know that. None of the above. You are a liar.
You're a liar and a traitor. Take him away.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gone. I'm gone. Help! But yeah, I mean, and that's just that, we're just scratching the surfaces of who we lost just in this last week.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, I saw that Chris Robinson, who was on General Hospital for a long time, he went at 86. Either today or yesterday. He played Rick Wibbers. I never followed the soap opera, so I really don't know. But I gather he was kind of a big thing on there. Um, I mean, that's all my feed was Harris Yulin, who was in Ghostbusters and a few others like that. He's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Doctor Who at 60 some years old is has passed away. Um, well, now they're taking it all out. Now they're taking it all. But it's like I just opened up and it's like this person, this person, this person. It's like what the hell?
Yeah. And what are we gonna do? Where are we gonna find the talent?
Oh, one of the former MTV VJs at 52, Anita Lewis. I don't know who that is. Must have been after I was really watching it. Not that I was a big watcher of MTV, but
And I was until the early 2000s, and I started watching other things.
right. See, I wasn't. I tuned out long before that. Uh, of course, we said Sly and the Family. Um, I mean, it just it's sad. and I just wish there were people who could that had the talent to be able to pick it up and make it their own. The void's still there because that person's gone, but at least they can fill part of it with their talent and be that next generation and forge their own, not be a copycat. So, I mean, if
Yep.
Cash goes, who would replace Cash? Padawannabe?
Ugh. Hilarious. No, there's a few people out there who have it's just there's still some people out there, but they're if we're talking about like people in their 20s or like even younger and stuff. I mean,
Well,
you know,
that's the thing. There
mhm,
are some, but they're not filling up that void.
just not enough though. I
Right?
feel there's just
Exactly.
not enough. I mean, I don't know. It's just some people they have nice voices, but they're also like insufferable, and so it's just
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Thank
there's a
you,
lot of people
ladies.
who are insufferable throughout time.
Uh, um, yeah.
Cash can't go. We can't lose cash. Okay, who would fill my spot if I just dropped right
Uh,
I don't know. I mean,
I don't
I
know.
think the two of you would do fine without me.
now? Oh, you've proven that many times.
Oh
I'm
my
kidding,
god.
Mike. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh boy.
No, I mean no. You're the glue that keeps us from going completely nuts. It's like, oh, we got to behave. Mike's here. Lord knows what happened. You
Whoa,
were.
whoa, whoa! When has that ever stopped you?
I
Hey, we
just
can be worse.
the problem is that uh it's just the same cycle right now over and over again. I don't know when it's going to change. I mean, Star Wars, for example, should be some of the most amazing shit we've ever seen, but they should get people who Timothy Zahn. I mean, it's just obvious the guy who wrote Plagueis. I mean, it's obvious who they should have as
James Lochinko.
consultants. Yes, that's his name. Um, it's just obvious who they should bring in but you can't, especially when there's a lot of source material. You can't come out and say there's not any source material. Really? Okay, so you want to make
Mhm.
that excuse so you can make your own stuff that is not going to be as good as the old stuff. I got it.
And then steal from the old stuff that you said
Right,
that wasn't
right,
there.
right. We'll steal pieces from the EU, like
Hmm.
Thrawn and stuff. We'll throw him in there. He looked like he ate a salad and it was a bad one, and he's got a little stomach, so it's just looked weird. But then they have the ideas, and then they go and squander them. I mean, it's just funny. Like everyone from JJ and all these other people who were doing their own things before they took on Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. Yeah, they took on Star Trek. They took on whatever. Doctor Who. It's like, do you guys really want to understand? I mean, Russell T Davies, you would think he would still care about understanding what Doctor Who should be, but he doesn't. I
Well, he
guess
never
he
did.
gets a big fat paycheck.
That's all that's ever mattered to Russell T Davies. That's
So
why he and Eccleston had the falling out. It was
Oh,
mainly on Russell T Davies.
yeah, he was a
I
total
can see
ass.
that. I can definitely see that.
Hmm.
And I didn't even like, it's David Tennant. Like, I didn't hate him as Doctor, but as Doctor Who, and there's other Doctors that I liked that I've watched before, but it's always if things are built, you need somebody like Peter Jackson says, look, we're not going to do everything in these books. It would be really insane if we could. The movie would be like thousands of hours.
But The Hobbit didn't need to be 3 movies
No,
when they barely had enough material for 3.
yeah,
No,
and I like The Hobbit and I like
it
the
could have been a
second one,
duology.
but even the Five Armies I thought was pretty good. It wasn't great. It's not obviously as great as any of the first three that we had. Uh,
Hmm.
especially Return of the King. I love that movie, but uh, it's just Peter Jackson still wants to care about the source material. I feel like you need to, if you're taking on something that's already been made, you've got to care to an extent about the source material. If you're making Marvel stuff, you're making, I mean, you even go back to Spider-Man 2. It still feels a lot like a comic book, which is great. The whole thing, the way it plays out, the Mary Jane stuff, whatever. It's interesting with the Tom Holland stuff, and I remember one of my other friends pointed this out to me, that it just, Tom Holland didn't have blood on him. He didn't go through the struggles that you would expect Spider-Man to go through, even in the '90s animation, even whatever. Tom Holland just looked like he didn't really have, any struggles until, of course, the last Spider-Man film, No Way Home, right? Yeah. Then you saw blood on him. Then he had struggles. Then you saw him rage a bit, and you understand why. But before that, it didn't really seem like, oh, he's not really struggling. And it was interesting. Other people pointed that out, and I was like, you know what? That's a very good point. And so, once again, it's just we're missing more of the character development. I mean, I even go back and we talk about when we watch the first Turtles movie. Look at all what's going on in that movie: character development, backgrounds, banter,
Setup and payoff.
yes,
Turtles. Which Gigi Ronnie G liked.
yes, his favorite movie.
Turtles.
Ah, man.
I want to show everybody something that I worked on. I know I told you, Baron, I was working on a special version of the Adventure Continues
Yeah.
intro. Well, because I haven't been doing any game streams, I was able to get it done a lot sooner than I expected.
Which
So
I hope
I
your battle's going well with Spectrum on that. I hope.
Mm-hmm.
But you getting
Well,
knocked off today, I kind of
Mm-hmm.
think that was kind of my answer.
yeah. And honestly, I am going to try a game stream tomorrow. I don't know how long it's going to go because I don't trust my internet right now. Even with my new adapters that I have for my router, I don't know because, again, it's my ISP. But this is what I've been working on. I don't know if the sound's going to come through or not. So, but I'll get to the main part. All right. You'll notice that I made some changes.
Listen to Pop Talk, NCC, Pacific414.
So, what do you
Cool.
think? And did you notice some of the changes I made to it?
No, my name was in there. And so was DJ's.
Did you notice that different clips were used? Not for everything, but
No. Because some of that would have been hard to do because, there's only so many images of some of the ships.
mm-hmm. But that's the intro that everybody's gonna see whenever we do have a 2-hour episode, and we have one coming up, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. Where, as you already saw, this could be Encounter at Farpoint.
I got my knife and fork out ready to take it apart like a steak.
But I mean, like I said, I had the extra time this week since I didn't do any game streams and got it done earlier, and I was able to go to Pixabay and find that warp effect to make it look like once you see the three ships, the Nebula class, the Miranda, and the Oberth go to warp, that we were traveling at warp with them. I even decided near the end, when you find out what episode it's going to be, to do it in such a way where it looks like we're dropping out of warp.
Ooh.
I mean, I know somebody out there can do it a lot better than me, but I'm using the skills I have available, so.
Looks good to me. I ain't gonna hate on it. No throwing shade there, folks. Looks good.
Yeah.
And not just because my name's in there.
Right.
I know. Check my ego.
And DJ says, I'm on another stream now. Yes, you are, brother. Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how I want those 2 hours episode shows to go, or if we're doing a movie where it's not just me, it's not just one guest, it's multiple guests.
Mm-hmm.
And Spock, if you're still out there, I do want to get in contact with you about that. I know I still have to give Shane all the details as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to line up guests. I know I won't have guests each and every show. Sometimes it's just going to be me. But that's just a passion of a fan trying to think, okay, once the ships go to warp, we've got to have that warp effect of how we saw from Next Generation all the way to Enterprise of how it looked when a ship was traveling at warp.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't like it is now where it looks like they're in hyperspace. No, it's got to be as close to that warp effect from 87 to 2005 as possible. Because I care about it, and I did have to make some adjustments to get everything to kind of fit together. Some of the video, it was one color, and I just went into DaVinci and changed it to a different color, and it's like, well, I don't really want it that color, so I'll just download it and then change it in DaVinci.
I've never used DaVinci.
It's an editing software that I've been using since 2019. They add new features to it every update, and I'm still learning. I don't consider myself a great editor, and I just keep tinkering, and then I look at it and go, yeah, that looks good. And then sometimes I'll show you guys the intro and say, what do you think? Because I want to hear honest feedback. Okay, Mike, I think you could at least try to do this with it and that with it. And I know, I keep always updating the Pop Talk intro because, well, I don't want to just settle on one intro each and every time. If I'm working on something and I'm thinking, I could use that, as I learn more about DaVinci with all the new features they keep adding, then I'm going to implement it into an intro.
Hey, it keeps you on your toes. Keeps us on our toes.
And like I said, I am going to try to do a game stream tomorrow. It's going to be WrestleQuest. Come on, Mike, speak. But we'll see how that goes. my fingers are crossed, but I'll admit to everybody, I have my doubts. 'Cause you know what?
I hope your doubts are smashed.
You know what's funny, Baron? I've done multiple tests last night, multiple
Mm-hmm.
tests today night since I
How,
got the chapter.
how bad?
Some have been so great. Others have been well enough where the longest test I've done is 45 minutes with
Mm-hmm.
nothing dropping, no frame rate loss, no buffering. And the shortest I did was 2 minutes with no frame rate drop
Oh, God.
and no buffering. Because I keep doing it at different intervals. I do a
Right.
2 minute, I do a 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, the most 45 minutes. So I'm gonna test it tomorrow. And I would like who's ever there to be honest. Okay, you getting any buffering? Because I will
Mm-hmm.
be watching the stream in studio. I'll have that screen up so I can see for myself what messages it's giving me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've made constant adjustments in Streamlabs OBS. And the last one I did before I did that 45-minute test was the most stable. So basically,
Well,
what I'm saying is, I'm never satisfied if something's wrong. I want to try to fix it.
mm-hmm. Exactly. Always try to be better.
Yeah, I mean, short of getting the hamster running the wheel, hoping that the internet gets up to speed. Run faster.
Come on, little dribble. Come on, little dribble. You can do it.
But yeah. But Baron, I think it's a good time to start wrapping up.
Yeah, Cash fell asleep, didn't he?
Yeah. So, do you have anything coming up on Baron Ormantag's Phantom Legacy?
At this time, no. Again, waiting for things to stabilize out a little bit on some stuff that's happening, and then I hope I can. You never know. I might pop on. It might be a guerrilla stream, so we'll see how things are going.
Gorilla stream. Ooh.
Yeah, I got my
Well,
bananas and everything.
I know what you mean because I was thinking about doing something like that on Tuesday, but I wasn't confident enough in my
Mm-hmm.
internet.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see how
That's why I kept it as a private test.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think Cash and I are going to be on this little show called The Beyond. You might have heard of it. It's over on something called 540 Studios. Some guy by the name of Jace Fox runs that over there, and he's got that show. And
He does,
he's
does
got
he?
people. Yeah, he does. He's got people like Prismatics on there, Guilty Cajon, Tom the Techno Sapien Geek, Cash Monet, myself, Whoopa Troopa, Hoshi. Maybe we don't know.
Someday. Again.
Someday, right? And that talks about topics of the day and within the pop culture and such like that. And yeah, that's between 6 and 6:30 Central Daylight Time. And why do I have such a wide range there? Because he's Norwegian.
That's
So
right.
I think he puts it down for 6:15, but you never know. It could be earlier, it could be later. So keep an eye out for that. Again, that's at 540 Studios, run by Jace Fox, and it's called The Beyond. Other than that, I
And
don't
I
have
just
much more.
put his link in the YouTube side. Let me put it on the X side and
Yeah,
the
I know
Rumble
I'd never
side.
really ever talk about it, so I just thought I'd bring it forward.
Right. You're so full of it.
Hey, I'm trying to market here, man. Kind of market, get people excited. It's like, ooh, there's this new thing. I might have heard him say it several times, but he said he didn't say it before, so maybe this is something new. So, yeah, see what I'm doing?
Right.
Mm.
What about you, Kish? What's coming up on the Phantom Hooligans in the
Well,
near future?
in the near future, well, what's coming up in the near future, and I'm in kind of in barren situation, but We gotta Evil West is still in the cards. We gotta just figure that all out. I don't know if Mike, you want to do that where you're when you get your situation fixed with Spectrum, and then you want to stream that, and then we'll stream on the Phantom Hooligans or whatever.
He wants
Or
to
if you
get
just
the
want
game
to,
pick for that.
or if you just want to just be on one stream. I mean, whatever you want to do, but
I mean, you were doing Evil West on your channel. I
yeah.
don't need to do it on my channel too because I've already gone
Right, you
through the
already
game
played it.
solo.
That's yeah, you already played it. So
Mm-hmm.
so whatever works. But yeah, so we have that. Whenever Baron's available again, I guess we'll have to talk about, and everybody's got their internet situation fixed,
Yeah.
and we'll get to that Space Marine too, because I know we got to put some
I
hours
could,
in that.
but here's the thing: I could probably join for a multi-stream. It's just that I don't know how
Yeah.
taxing it's going to be on my
Right,
ISP.
right. I got
Mm-hmm.
you. Yeah,
It
so we
might be
gotta
easier on him. It might be easier on him to be on somebody else's stream.
what we can do is for now we can also find like a game. I don't know, Baron. You're basically the taxi driver, so you're gonna be. So I don't think Fridays for now are probably good for you. I don't know, like around
Well,
6:30 or
I'll
something
talk
like.
about
Well,
you guys. I'll talk with you guys after the show. What's going on with the situation
Okay,
and what's up.
but yeah, but coming out in the
So don't
future
throw that
is
out yet.
we've
Don't throw
got the
that out.
gaming streams, we've got some other stuff on the Phantom Hooligans, Cash Money 007. I've just been also testing games online or offline to see if this is something I want to actually stream. There's still a few. There's still Hollow Knight. There's still a bunch of stuff. So it'll all get. It's just right now things have been kind of slow, so they'll get back in order.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Making sure there's
Unfortunately,
no surprise boobies that pop up like
yeah.
happened to some
Surprise
people we know.
boobies.
Yeah,
Eh,
that's happened to some people we know.
Yeah, right.
And
Not me.
as far as streaming is concerned, on my end, if tomorrow's WrestleQuest stream goes well, then I will attempt a Doom the Dark Ages stream on Tuesday. Why Tuesday? Because I'm waiting for the part that I did play for Doom the Dark Ages, the video, to be released to everybody else come Monday. This way you could all see the part that I did play before I decide to do a stream of Doom the Dark Ages where you're missing that stage I went through.
By the way, did you get that little promotional thing that they had? What was it on Twitch or was it on Pros? I can't remember. Oh,
I
it's
don't
on
know which
Twitch.
one you're talking about.
The Dark Ages Guardian skin for Doom they have available on Twitch. Just have to watch 60 minutes of a participating channel.
Huh. I'll have to just put it on in the background then.
Yeah, that's what I do when I did. That's how I got the latest Marvel skin.
Yeah, honestly I haven't even done that for Marvel Rivals. But yeah, I mean, as far as definite streams that are coming up, there will be Pacific414 Pop Talk this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern, but I'll be honest, because I always try to be upfront with everybody, it's probably only going to be on the YouTube channel because we're going to be using StreamYards. We got 6 free hours to play with, gentlemen.
Woo!
In this way, 24 doesn't have an issue trying to get the audio figured out. I don't have issues. You don't have issues. Cash doesn't have issues.
I am the issue.
But I do want to thank everybody who was here tonight. Greatly appreciated. You know, watching Blazing Saddles. I don't care what the ones who are against the movie say. It's a funny movie. And it doesn't take itself seriously, but it does speak truth. But I want to thank Tim. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat that you donated earlier in the evening. Thank you very much. And Spock, Thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat that you donated earlier this evening. And I want to make sure that I thank this lovely lady right here, Lady Mist. Always supportive of the channel through thick and thin. Thank you very much, Lady Mist.
She is.
I also want to thank... Yes. Wolverine, thank you very much for your support as well, brother. Greatly appreciate it. And Petomane, thank you for helping with the watch hours. Still have a ways to go before I reach it because, again, it goes by what you have yearly. So this morning I looked at it and it's at 3,603 watch hours. So we still got a ways to go. We still need 397 watch hours to meet the goal if it doesn't change too drastically between now and then because of the year-end accumulation. But I also want to thank Jason Fox for being here. Thank you very much. And of course, your better half.
Mm-hmm.
Checking out you to make sure you behave.
Oh, she's checking out on me. That's right. That's no, yeah. I don't blame her either.
And of course, 24. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm sorry Evie Mux was being such a pain, but again, we're using StreamYard Sunday, so hopefully nobody has any issues. And let me go through. DJ, thank you very much for being here tonight. Always appreciate your support, brother. Looking forward to episode 5 of The Adventure Continues next Saturday.
Mm-hmm. And his turtles. Can't forget his turtles.
Yes.
That's the thing that we really like about him.
And before I forget to mention it again, but there will be the member stream this Saturday, the 14th at 8 p.m. Eastern, for all channel members to join. Bring your topics. We can talk about anything within reason.
Yeah, I can't talk about the lizard people. He told me that.
Well, you want to talk about the lizard people? That's fine. They're called Gorn. How many times do I have to tell you? They're called Gorn.
Because the chemicals in the water are turning the freaking Gorn gay.
Well, just fight the Gorn on Cestus 3.
Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da.
And I'm going through because I don't want to miss anybody. That'd be wrong. But I also want to thank Redstone over on the Rumble side. Also, Petomane was over there, and you were over there as well, Baron.
Well, yeah, I mean, I couldn't let him get away with that tag stuff.
Tag, you're it.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil, thank you for being here. And is that everybody? I think that's everybody. If I missed anybody, please say something in the comment section below. But thank you for joining us tonight for this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Again, we'll see you Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern for the Sunday edition. And until then, everybody, remember, when I do play a game on this channel, don't ever give up on me when I play that game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
Autobots, transform and roll out!
You forgot. That's okay. I'll talk to them. I don't know everything's okay. Yeah, that's right. You know, like and share it, comment. Come on, people. Get it out there. Let your friends know. Even more important, let your enemies know. Why should you be the only people suffering? Right? Right.